what's up? I think we're live. Ooh, and we're immediately getting a not a number exception. I love that. We love a good old not a number. Hello. Let me make sure that everything's working because it's been a little while. Okay. YouTube is giving me some weird stuff. Okay, no, we're good. I see Daniel. I see Chat Noir. Hello. I don't see y'all over in the chat log, but that is probably, not even probably, that is on my end. Hello. What's up? We every time I take a big break, I somehow lose shit. in the meantime, you know? I always think, I'm like, I'm gonna no YouTube broadcasts are currently monitored. Of course not. Why would they be, you know? Why would they be monitored? YouTube. What is going on? Why doesn't it doesn't have the broadcasts? What the hell? Shit. Okay, I'm gonna try to just disconnect from YouTube and reconnect. Connected. Still 0 broadcast. Good. I mean, if worse comes to worse, I can always just literally look at chat like on the main window. But I want you guys to be on here. I got a fancy new chat thing. And by God, I mean download it. Let's see. Viewers. Chats. Okay, YouTube, no broadcast. Still? I really thought that going in and back out would really help. This is reset. Auto monitor live broadcast. That is what I would like to do, yes. It doesn't know. Damn. Yeah, something broke. I'm gonna have to reinstall Streamer.bot at some point because it's not even monitoring the broadcast at all. But it is monitoring Twitch. So theoretically, if you're on Twitch, it'll show it. But instead, you know what we'll do? We're gonna go to this. Whoa, and you got right here, anyways. So we just take that top monitor. Look, I'm on the fly right now. I'm in my flow state. I haven't even talked to any of you yet. I knew that I should have done a small test stream or something, but I just didn't. There we go. Zoop. All right, because Streamer.bot updated in some very cool ways, which Streamer.bot's the main thing that I use behind the scenes. And it updated in some very cool ways, but it also fucked with some stuff. So, there we go. It's a chat, and it's really small, but, uh-oh. Yeah, I'm also at not a number amount of words, which is not ideal. I would like to be at some number of words, you know? That would generally be the preference, at least. I'm also in a new camera positioning, which I know is crazy. Because this will not even be even close to permanent camera position. But I needed to move it here temporarily. Let's see. Let's zoom out slightly. Okay, it doesn't want me to zoom out. It only lets me zoom in, but I can also reset. Ha ha ha. Oh my gosh, it's still so small. Well, it might just be a little bit harder to read chat today, honestly. I don't want to take too much time with this. But I think that is probably good-ish. Yeah, that's probably good-ish. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be tough for mobile viewers today. Yeah. But that'll just have to be what it is, unfortunately. Yeah, we're just going to leave it there because I definitely don't want to spend too much time on that. Oh, I also just realized that I spent all of that time doing that, and it's not even going to be on that monitor. Shit's going great today. It actually is, though. It actually is. I'm making a joke, but shit is going great today. I had a really good break. I hope you guys had a good break. I was nervous about it at first, just because it's the most time I've taken off of content in a long time. I think ever, actually. Now that I say it. Oh yeah, Kira D is there. Unfortunately, Kira D, the Twitch chat is getting screwed here, because I am going to prioritize throwing up YouTube chat because it's the more active one. So we're not going to be able to see Twitch. I am sorry. Let's see. Is the door fully open or is it cracked open? Hard to tell if I don't want to know the chances of doggy. It is fully open. Chance of doggy, I'd say probably over the entire stream, probably 50-50. It depends. This is more unfortunate because if I don't have chat on streamer.bot, I won't be able to highlight, which is not great. I actually kind of need to be able to highlight. That's not good. Oh, man. First, I don't know. Well, let's just chat for a little bit. Maybe I'll poke around in the background a bit. And that'll just be what it is. Let me grab that source really quick. Throw it on here. Hello! You are not broadcasting. The chat is not real. It's a fever dream. No! Yeah, I've spoken not a number. What up, Damien? Chat Noir, Daniel, Dr. Hovey. Hello. I see England. I see France. Hi, John. Hello, Crazy. Hello. What's up? Yeah, I don't know about the not a number amount of words. I don't want to say it's unsolvable. It's very solvable. But I don't know if am I going to take up more time. Actually, I might be able to solve it right now. We're gonna try a 1 second solve. And if the 1 second solve doesn't work, then we're not gonna try anymore. So, I can't edit the variable. That's what? Why not? I would like to, though. Let's see, character cap. There we go. All right. And I just changed it. We're gonna see how that goes. Did you get a new light? I did get a new light. And that is possibly... There's a lot of stuff. I had a lot of time and opportunity to think about the channel and 2025 over the new year, and I got to talk to a lot of my family about it, which was good because it forced me to explain things like it actively forced me to like explain what the channel is and like what are my goals and what are my, plans and all of that. And explaining it all out loud was legitimately just very useful. I found it very, not necessarily eye-opening. That's definitely the wrong way to phrase it, but it was very clarifying. It stripped away a lot of the noise and a lot of the chaff of what because I tend to get into my own head a little bit on what the channel is and what the content is, and explaining it to other people who do not have, any sort of horse in the race is very clarifying. So we're going to be making some changes, but some things will get changed, some things will not. Critical Eyes will not get changed. I said it in the Discord already. There are changes coming. Critical Eyes is not getting touched. Because I love Critical Eyes. I truly view it as the lifeblood of the channel, and I have no intention of changing anything about it anytime soon. I'll continue to make like the small minor improvements, but nothing crazy. The eyes are still critical. So, but that the video, I wanted to get the video explaining that out earlier, but I couldn't for reasons. So hopefully that'll be coming out in the next few days. I would hope it comes out before Sunday. Will it? Who knows? I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna give dates anymore. I'm not gonna give timelines anymore because I'm wrong so consistently on when things are gonna happen. So not getting any timelines on that, but if I were you guys, I would be excited personally. That's what I'll say. I would be pretty psyched. Oh shit. Oh no, I fucked something up. 1 second. I need to rename because that you should not be seeing that above. Oh, we're doing stream live. Hello. That's the side monitor. Cool. And then display capture top monitor. Boop. And is that the right one? Yeah. Ah, there's good old Matt. There's good old Matt. And we get rid of that. What the hell? What is going on? Oh, whoops. I know what's going on. I know what's going on now. We're all good. I'm catching up to my own stream. Don't worry. There we go. And then if we full screen that, look at that. Look at his beautiful face. We're in. A streamer is never late, Mr. Mega. He uploads precisely what he means to. Exactly. You're so right. You're so right. And that's why I need to stop giving dates. It's because I almost never meet them, and it would just be better for everyone if I just didn't. Let's see. Matt ends the session there. Yeah, okay. So we are going to do a part 1 and part 2 for 70. Just because if we combine the part 1 and part 2, it's probably going to be like 9 to 10 hours. Probably 10. Just because this is a long one with very little like combat or anything. So we're looking at a part 1 today. This is going to be a half ep, which puts it only at like 4.5 hours, but That's okay. That's okay for the first stream back. You know, we're all still getting our sea legs a little bit, I would say. It's alive. Did your mouse accidentally get too close to EP 73? No, sometimes like you'll see like there's just random episodes probably. Oh no, it's only those. Oh yeah, and then the last two. Sometimes I like the account that we watch Critical Role on is the same account that I use just like daily. So if I'm listening to YouTube while I fall asleep, shit just autoplays sometimes. If I ever hear M-Dog Mercer's voice, I immediately go, and I get rid of it immediately. But it does autoplay occasionally, if I'm already asleep. Although it doesn't do that too often anymore. It used to do it more, and then they added a sleep timer feature to YouTube. So now it doesn't happen as much. M-Dog. What? M-Dog. All right. I don't know why that's not a number. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I don't know why it's not a number. It should be. I have no reason that it's not. It thinks, well, I kind of have a reason. I kind of know why. It's that. Wait, okay, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. We're going to try something. 77996. Oh wait, that's not the variable name. Character cap. Hey, okay, we might actually get a number here in a second. It's still possible that it will just break again. And at that point, I have no idea what's wrong with it. But I think I might have tracked it down just now. So we're going to see the next time it updates. No, still not a number. Well, what are you going to do? Did it get converted to a string somehow? It was getting converted to a string at some point in the process. And I thought I knew where, and it turns out I was wrong. I was wrong. It has surpassed reason. Your arm and shoulder getting cut off by the chat is kind of distracting. Not even asking you to change it, but I will be thinking about it. Oh, this right here? Yeah, it's right now. Like, also, my background is terrible. This is just my storage closet. And, yeah, a lot of things are going to change about this angle. It's just going to be an annoying stream. And I thought about just not streaming, just delaying Critical Eyes until I was done with the other stuff. But I got impatient. If we're being honest with each other right now, I got impatient, and I just wanted to watch Critical Role. That's the only reason we're here. Things are going to be a little bit rough, a little bit scuffed. I'm also, I will also say I'm a little bit, I'm working a little bit less. I have been working a little bit less this week since we got back, and I will continue to be working less until this weekend, because Paige is leaving for like 2 weeks, which means that during those 2 weeks, I'll be working a lot. I'll probably be streaming more than normal. But it also means that before she leaves, I'm prioritizing hanging out with her and such. God, it's so strange. I keep looking into the normal place that chat is, but I have to look over here now. Impatient me? No. Never. What up, Caleb? I know the story could skip ahead for a live one. I think you're right. I mean, there's certainly like the occasional bit here and there that is like or like a joke that's been established in chat. But I think broadly, I don't think there's anything that would really stop you from skipping ahead. If you already know the story, yeah. I think a lot of us were VOD frogs and then got teleported forward when we wanted to be in chat. Yeah, pretty much. I'm here until 5 and then have to jet. Sounds good. I think I don't know exactly how far we'll get. I know how far we'll get. We'll get to 138. But I don't know how long it'll take us. I'm not sure. Also, wait, let's test out something. Go to 45 seconds. Pacha.
Everyone,
Nobody did it.
That's bad.
All right, that did not work.
Yeah.
I just realized that for that to work, it has to not be in full screen. So we're gonna try it again. Go to it. O. A. Let's go. All right.
And
It didn't pause it, which it was supposed to, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Chat looks real tiny on my phone, and I have a bigger phone now. Yeah, chat's gonna be small today because actual chat is currently broken, and I'm pretty sure I know why. I believe that streamer.bot only, I can just close. Well, no, I want to still be able to see Twitch chat if it comes up. But I believe that streamer.bot only becomes aware of broadcasts when I schedule them. And I've reset. I wasn't logged in when I scheduled this one. So I think that's the problem. So I think it should be fixed next stream. Yeah, the break broke everything. The break broke everything. The break did indeed broke everything, which, happens, unfortunately. Yeah. I found you right after the Orion autopsy. Nice. Yeah. Possible question. Knowing how much Matt had lying in wait with Assume Raishan, how would you prep for this session if you were him? That's hilarious. I'm gonna I'll copy and paste that into here so that people can actually see it. That's hilarious. I don't even know if this is a leak because it's done. It's done. I just have to post it. So I guess this is a stream only leak because it's definitely happening. I don't know. I just need to make a thumbnail for it. But me and Mike recorded an offline conversation about Raishan. So I'm gonna try not to do too many duplicates during this takeaway. Save some for that discussion. And Mike asked me the exact same question. He was like, I'm curious how you would prep this session. What are your not intentions with Raishan, but like how would you use Raishan and how would you DM the next session in order to accomplish that goal? And so I will leave my answer mostly for that, but I will very, very shortly say I'll summarize my answer because I still think it's very relevant. I think that it is important to note that Raishan is a bad guy. I know. Huge revelation. But like they are a villain, not even in the sort of aesthetic obvious sense. Like when they met Clarota in the Underdark, it's like, oh, Clarota's a mind flayer. But Clarota did not take explicitly villainous action until much later. Whereas Raishan has done villainous shit. Like, absolutely 100% confirmed. She was a part of the Battle of Amon. So getting Raishan back on the PC side, I view in the same way as if you're writing a movie or you're writing a book, and you have to, and you're writing in a double agent, because that's essentially what Raishan is in this moment. And so I think if you're looking at how to DM Raishan and how to prep for this next session, I would look at spy movies. I would look at like, how does the director and the writer introduce the double agent, because every double agent is starting off on the back foot in terms of trust, and they have to bring something to the table in order to get the main character to trust them. And not only do they have to bring something to the table, they have to bring enough to the table to justify, outweighing that negative trust, essentially. So I'll leave the rest of my answer for that video, but that is the main thing that I would look at, is Raishan is acting as a double agent. Strip away all the fantasy bullshit. Think about that trope and how double agents get the protagonist to trust them. Whether or not it's deserved. Raishan could be fucking around right now for her own motivations. But that's where I would start my thought process. Yeah. What up, cheeky monkey? I have a D&D question. How smart would my barbarian intelligence is -1, bottom number is 8, wisdom -2, bottom 7. Essentially, the thing that I think about cheeky monkey is 10s are average, 10s are peasant. And I think about I go in small steps up per plus. So it's above average, great, expert, best in the world, savant, on a 1 to 5. And then I go the opposite direction, 1 to down. So you kind of just have to identify your steps. So at a -1, I would just call that below average. A -2 is noticeably bad, is what I would say. It's not going to be they're a total idiot, but it's or they're incapable of doing things, but it's going to be noticeable and probably something that someone that met them and interacted with them might comment on at a -2. At a -1, it's just below average. Probably not even something that someone will pick up on, except in a specific circumstance, is what I would say. If bad guy, why friendship? Trust? You mean the title of the CR episode? Exactly. I mean, yeah, it's, yes. yes, precisely. Yes. Oh my God. So when Spike teamed up with Buffy to bring down Angel, dude, you guys are on the same wave, man. When I answered to Mike brought up Spike and Buffy. I'm just spoiling the video now, but we talked about other stuff. But Mike also said, so you essentially think that Raishan is Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I go, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, absolutely, Brittany, precisely. Yeah, we're all on the same wave right now. I was thinking he sucks at math and he could read, but not long words. Yeah, he doesn't know a lot of $5 words. Yeah. The nerd wave, one brain cell, precisely. So yeah, I will close that out. And same thing, I'm going to try to avoid talking about more stuff that we talked about in that video, but I will say broadly, I liked the Raishan reveal. In retrospect, I should have known. And I'll give it fully to Matt. I should have known. Especially, I think the hardest thing to pick up on was the teleportation circle. Once I picked up on that, I should have known because Raishan was such a question mark. And I also should have picked up on the fact that, Matt said, basically, once you kill another dragon, you're going to have to fight Thordak, essentially. And we already know where Vorugal is, and we don't know where Raishan is, so obviously they're going to go and kill Vorugal. Well, I shouldn't say obviously. Most likely, they're going to go and kill Vorugal. and just setting it all up like that, in retrospect, is so obviously protecting the special boy, or the special girl in this case. I'm still thinking of her as Assume. And like, Raishan was clearly always more important than Vorugal and Umbrasyl. The only reason that I focused in so hard on Umbrasyl was because of the statue in Krieg's house, and how important I thought Jamon was. Jamon was important. I was just wrong about why. So, all in all, I think that Matt, through the empty space, through not allowing us to know where Raishan is, to know what Raishan's doing, through not establishing a territory that Raishan lords over, but establishing it for the other three, I think that Matt left a lot of questions open about Raishan, and it's not his fault that the players didn't ask into it. In certain cases, I think it can be a DM's fault if the players don't ask into it, but I think in this case it was okay. Maybe drawing slightly more suspicion on Assume, but even that, I like the amount that he threw on him, especially because, and this sort of relates to the same thing as the tracker on the gun, on Ripley's gun, where someone commented when I was talking about that, saying it would have been bad if Ripley had ambushed them using it. But because she never did, and they did discover it before she used it to, like, explicitly fuck with them, then it's okay. And I think that Raishan is kind of similar, where the amount of information was enough that they could have gotten it, but not so much that it was easy, and not so much that any of them did get it. But that's okay, because Raishan is coming to them peacefully, right? If Raishan had lured them in and done a HOTUS on them, I think that would have been bad. Because, and primarily because a surprise green dragon is worse than a surprise Rakshasa. So I think that, like, with all the context taken into account, I really like the types of information that Matt gave. I like the qualities of it, and I think that this will finally push them out of the Chroma Conclave, especially because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know, what's going on behind the screen, right? I assume that Raishan is bigger than just the Chroma Conclave. I think she's involved in more. And so I think that part of the information that she's going to come to Vox with is, here's the background. Here's what I think is going to here's like why I brought back Thordak. 'Cause she opened the portal, yes, so she literally brought him into the material plane, but I think she did even more than that. I think she helped him break whatever, the binding that was supposed to hold him in the elemental plane of fire. She's the most magically adept amongst the Chroma Conclave. That's been established. So I think that she's the real, like, power behind the throne of the entire Chroma Conclave. But I think that something has gone wrong. That's my theory. I think that something has gone wrong. I think maybe she thought that she could control Thordak, maybe explicitly, like literally puppeteer him, and maybe she can't. Or also possibly, like, she was supposed to be able to subtly influence him, but there's something blocking. I think in general, broadly, something went wrong. Also, John, I don't think, we'll try it. I don't think any of none of the chat commands will work today. Yeah, the chat bot is totally offline, unfortunately, because it's not, they made a change to streamer.bot that definitely made it better, but it is now another like thing that can go wrong essentially. And another thing that I have to like check, and I didn't check it ahead of time because I'm not used to it yet. So unfortunately, basically no chat commands today. No commands working. I know. But yeah. So I really that's what I think is going on with Raishan. I think that's why she's double agenting right now, is because I think that something went wrong with her villainous plan, and now the events that are transpiring, I think, are worse than she anticipated. Like, I think that her plan was more to be, a despot. I think that she wanted to be a dictator, but she wanted to be a dictator of a society, not of ash and ruins. And I think that whatever is happening right now, I think the world is headed towards ash and ruins, towards maybe a calamity, you might say. And she's like, no. I like the world. I like the world. I wanted to rule it. I do not want Thordak to just burn it to the ground. So I think that that's going to be her pitch. Now, do the players, number one, believe her, and number two, think that it's worth working with her? We'll see. But that's what I think is happening, and I think I think it'll be good. I'm excited. I like everything about. The only thing that I don't like about it is at this point, we're, in my opinion and for my tastes, which this, tastes vary. Taste varies. In my opinion, for my taste, there are too many shapeshifters. There are too many shapeshifters, and they don't have a tell. At least that we're aware of at the moment. And when you start going down the line of, and I've said this in previous streams, when you start going down the line of like any given person you interact with could be a shapeshifter at any time, it can have a pretty, I think, negative effect on player mentality and player trust to an extent. And I think that there's a way to mitigate that, which is having a tell. When I was playing in my first campaign ever, I was a changeling, and my DM instituted a homebrew rule and said, also get banned, little pen demo, instituted a rule that my skin felt different. So like I would hold up to physical inspection. It obviously wasn't an illusion. But if someone knew about changelings, had like studied them, and had felt the skin before of a changeling, they'd be able to recognize that I was a changeling. And that provided an interesting thing for me of trying to like avoid handshakes and shit like that. But even that sort of thing of introducing a tell, then it kind of becomes an I check for traps problem of just because you have a tell still doesn't mean that you can use shapeshifters willy-nilly, because then they just start checking every single person to see if they're a shapeshifter, and that gets boring. So I think even if you have a tell, I would just use less. And we'll see. That's why I say it's a kind of personal preference side of things, is because it really depends on how much your players are thinking about that sort of thing. And like how worried they feel about it. Because like if you had another HOTUS situation where like another shapeshifter fucking ambushes them, I think they're going to start acting in a way you don't want them to. But so far, a lot of the shapeshifters in Critical Role have been neutral. HOTUS is the exception, really. Even the demons from the pre-stream were, offered them a deal. So they haven't gotten like mega fucked by shapeshifting yet. They defeated Krieg. They defeated HOTUS. But I think the first time that someone died to a shapeshifter, their opinion and like how they interact with just the general public would switch up pretty quick. Yeah, the chatbot is on its own holiday. Exactly. Exactly. HOTUS is an interesting callback because it's similar in so many ways, but it does feel less bad than it would have with Raishan. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It will be somewhat discovering it with you, Meg. I will be. The animated version is so fresh in my mind, I can only remember that version. I don't remember how much they did or did not change. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Bye-bye. The first thing I heard back when I came back was calamity. It undermines the trust that the players have in the world. Yeah. That's the big thing is like you start to it's not like it's a tough thing to even evaluate because it's not even that it doesn't necessarily unground the world. It just makes them interact with it in a strange way where they have to constantly doubt their senses and the things that you are telling them. And living in that like perpetual and playing in that perpetual doubt, again, isn't an explicitly bad thing necessarily, but I think it will result in undesirable behaviors. Like behaviors that you would not want as the DM. So it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. The problem gets more pronounced if you have a table full of people trying to angle for a sure deal rather than playing the odds as they're like, that's also true. Yeah, it definitely, like, the more kind of war game side of things that you are playing, the worse this problem would get. I absolutely agree. Yeah. Got here within the first hour. Let's go. C1 has a lot of those. If I had a nickel for every time, I would have blank nickels. Yeah. Honestly. You're talking about how it results in so much doubt and suspicion makes me realize it might be a positive for dark mystery type game. I think it can absolutely be I'm not against shapeshifters as a whole at all. But I think it's better for like an arc. So like having a group or a faction even of shapeshifters that is, say, off the top of my head, confined to the Feywild. And so when you go to the Feywild and have your Feywild arc, now you have to deal with the shapeshifters. And that's like a good, that forces certain tones. And that I absolutely agree that it could be good for certain types of things. But I think on the large scale of a campaign, if you're playing like a large scale dark mystery game, like a Call of Cthulhu or something like that, I think it can be all right. You just have to make sure that you don't tend into tedious territory. And even in those sorts of games, I would probably put in a way to prove whether or not someone is a shapeshifter. And I think that you can avoid it being tedious if it's like a long and or expensive ritual. But I think even for mystery games, I think that those kind of thrive on those moments when the players get concrete information. Now that concrete information can be very difficult to obtain. And so, like, you may not want to do like what my DM did with just like, oh, the skin feels different. It might need to be like a ritual that you could only conduct in like an interrogation. But I think even if it's across an entire campaign, right? If it's across an entire campaign, I still think you need some way to allow the players to lock it down. Yeah. It's strange though, because it's clearly not really impacting their mindset at all. So I think it's very, this is one of those that like I have a pretty firm opinion on and like what I like at my tables. But I think it's very, very, very table dependent. Yeah. Pike was killed by Glabrezu, who pretended to be a devil prince, but the party was in that together and prepared to fight it. Yeah, and they kind of betrayed Glabrezu. Like I believe they made a deal with him, and then they were like, "No, fuck you, no deal." So by the time that Glabrezu screwed them, he was no longer essentially shapeshifting. They had like a peaceful out there. Yeah. It was better for a shorter to set the tone quickly and efficiently. Yeah. Avoiding the tediousness is big, yeah. If falsehood and deception and like were the prominent theme, it would be fine, but if there's a connection, I didn't catch it. It's just a thing that happened a lot of separate times. Yeah. I agree. I don't think that Matt is doing it on purpose. It is also partially because he is just using things that happen to be able to shapeshift. Like, I don't think that I think he chose a Rakshasa because it could shapeshift. But I think he just wanted dragons, and he probably just likes the version of dragons that happen to be able to shapeshift in the way that the Chroma Conclave does. And I think that he built a lot of the Chroma Conclave around that, but like, the Chroma Conclave arc isn't about, discovering the hidden dragons in all of these places. That's more of like a secondary or even tertiary theme. Like their actual human aliases are just a factor of them, not the point of the plot or even really that integral to the plot. So I think that Matt just wanted to use dragons, and dragons, the dragon types that he's using can shapeshift, and so he used that to facilitate the plot that he wanted to do otherwise. So I think that that's part of why there's so many, is just because, like 6 of them are dragons. There's really only 2 shapeshifters that aren't dragons, I think. I think it's just the demon prince or the devil prince or whatever and Hodis. Everyone else is a dragon. Oh, and I guess also Ripley. But that's disguise self. It's different. I will say illusory disguises sit in a very different quadrant from actual honest-to-God shapeshifting for me. An illusion versus a shapeshift is very, very different. Just because of how many weaknesses an illusory disguise has compared to a shapeshift. You wouldn't know how many nickels I have. That is true. If you need some sort of way to guaranteed get the answer, it needs a downside. Yeah. Call back to the party trying to get Assumed to go to the anti-magic orb and Raishan not wanting to go precisely because of this. Yeah. I think the dragon being a shapeshifter is just a result of purely the GM wanting to surprise his players and add some intrigue and complexity. I think we broadly agree. I think, thank you, Eden. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we're on the same page. I think that Matt wanted to use dragons, and this was an option for dragons, and he was like, that would be cool. I don't think he was looking for shapeshifters and found dragons from that. I think he had dragons and was like, oh, they can shapeshift. That might be cool. I think it was that direction, yeah. This actually reminds me of a setting where dragons have set human forms, but you can always tell a dragon because, like, their entire eye is one solid color, indicating their type. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that at that point, there is an amount of like shape-shifting disguise there, but that's like a very obvious tell. Yeah. Do identify a theme in the different settings, societies, contexts that the parties pass through? Maybe something about the world that Matt is communicating? I mean, I think that broadly, the theme of Vox Machina, to me at least, seems to be the impact of exterior forces on our lives. So, and I think that those are broadly being represented by gods, and demigods, you know, extraplanar powers. The entire Divergence was the first war was a fight between the gods and the primordial titans, in which humanity was just wrapped up in it. And then the second war, Divergence Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, or not Divergence Part 2, but the second war, was human choice, essentially. It was some gods teaching humans the naughty stuff, as far as we know, and different extraplanar forces having beef about that. And again, extraplanar forces beefing and bringing humanity, or, you know, maybe not humanity, but sapient species into that. And so it's like in a world where no matter how powerful you get, the broad strokes of history are being written by people off of the material plane, what do? Do you rail against the system? Do you rail against the gods that are taking over, or that are directing your life? Do you shout into the void, knowing that no matter how powerful you get, you will still not be able, or just barely be able, to contest the true powers that be? Is it worth it to align yourself with a power that offers, power, in order to accomplish your own personal goals? Especially if history and world events are essentially out of your hands, well, you should only focus on your personal missions. Do you instead, where the heck is Liam? Stop it, Sam. Get off of the screen. Whatever. Imagine Liam here. That's beautiful. Do you just look for the force that is the most aligned with your personal sense of morality, like Vax did? Do you just dedicate yourself to your friends and their goals and ignore the flows of history, i.e. grog? How do you even find your place within all of that, i.e. Vex? And a lot of these societies that we have seen, Vasselheim totally dedicates itself to the gods, and it gets a favored position because of that. It is the city that survives the wars because it says, we're not going to pursue our own aims. We are going to give ourselves over to the powers. We are going to serve them, and thereby we are complicit. We are collaborators in their plans and their petty squabbles. But we receive the divine protection from that. Broadly. And then you go to somewhere like Ank'Harel, and they have this immortal god emperor that no one knows fuck all about, and has a legitimate secret police, it seems. Or at least something that is kind of coded that way. Sends people, has an oubliette that is one of the two major features in the town. Right next to each other. I mean, it is wealth and control and frankly, tyranny. But Jamon, Devosa, protects them. When another power, Thordak, comes in, Devosa drives them off. Devosa is the protector of Ank'Harel. Sure, you get your fucking hand chopped off for stealing from a cart, but Ank'Harel, in very similarly to Vasselheim, has decided that the protection is worth the freedom. Which is a very distinct thing to put to a party of classical D&D adventurers that are almost always kind of red-leaning, in terms of the MTG color pie. Always very, action-oriented, very freedom-oriented a lot of the time. That's quite the position that's quite the thing to put to them, is saying, look at all of these people. They have chosen safety over freedom. The classic thing that most D&D parties value, they gave it up. Because the world is fucking dangerous. And if you don't, you're going to get wrapped up and just probably killed in the machinations of an extraplanar beholder wielding an ancient relic of legend that can raise the dead from beneath our feet. So those are the themes for me. Those are the themes for me. Oh, Garmelie is also a shapeshifter. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I would have phrased it differently, but you're very close to how I'd sum up VM's theme. Fun that it's so apparent even this early in. That's what I'm seeing. In terms of MTG, I interpreted it as U.S. politics. At first, it was very confused. No, red. Yeah, all D&D adventurers are Republicans. Yes. This description of societies that give into tyranny or absolute authority to survive external overwhelming forces reminds me of the humanity in the 40K universe. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a very interesting theme to contend with, especially in the diverging ways that a lot of the members of Vox are contending with it. Because they are, like I, kind of highlighted, they're all kind of dealing with it in their own way. Like Percy and Scanlan and Grog have decided that they just don't care. They are focusing on their own personal, small-scale desires and goals, and if a cosmic game of chess wipes them off the map, then that's just what happens. Vex and Vax, the twins, search for meaning. They search for understanding. They had a chaotic childhood where they didn't know where they belonged, and in the broad scale of the universe, they still don't understand where they belong. Are they a pawn? Are they a bishop? Could they ever become the player at the table, or will they always remain a puzzle piece? And what does that even mean? Sorry, not a puzzle piece, a playing piece. That's how the twins are engaging with the problem. Keyleth has opted out of the discussion altogether. She has said maybe the gods, do run all of this, but that's not necessarily how it has to be. It's not even natural. Which makes a lot of sense with her Arashari, her background being related to the primordials, the original, I wouldn't say rulers, but the original forces on the material plane that the gods kicked out. I think it tracks that she would say, just because it is does not mean it is right. And even if it was natural, just because something is natural does not mean it's right. We have the power to choose whether or not we are complicit, whether or not we are collaborators. And then, actually, that's all of them. And then Pike is barely here, unfortunately. But I even think that for Pike, this would be, if she was more involved, it would be very interesting to see her side of this as a cleric, as someone who started out devoted to a god, and who the god has been very involved in her story. I think that would be super interesting. But yeah. I think that C1 would benefit from VM talking a bit more about the politics of their world. Can you tell the prequels are my favorite trilogy? Yes, let's get more Treatise Talk. Treatise Talk, TT. Hello, welcome back to Treatise Talk. Today, the Oncarelian economic consensus is to blockade Vasselheim, levy severe tariffs on Vasselheim holy symbols. You want Treatise Talk for VM? Yeah. I'm kind of lost in this tangent. That's a lot of hypothetical questions. It is. Basically my tangent is talking about that. I think it's just talking about what I think that VM is about and like how a lot of the characters relate back to that central theme. Yeah, might does not make right. Might does not make right. Natural does not make right. History does not make right. The fact that it is does not mean that it should be. Yeah. Matt's smiling and absolutely sorry. He's looking great. He's looking great. Let's get political. Should dragons be allowed to vote? Yeah. You think that they're voting? You think that anyone's voting in the Well, let's take it back a step, Dr. Hoovy. That would imply that people vote in Exandria. I don't think anyone votes for shit. Democracy has not even been invented yet. Yeah, no problem, Ivo. I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it. Oh wait. Why? The ads should have triggered by now. Why have they not? I don't know. I don't know why they haven't. Can I trigger it now? I don't think I can. Well, I'm going to trigger it now. Test. All right.
Ads incoming. Take cover.
Ads incoming. Take cover. We're gonna do ads here in a second. I need to delay that for a little bit longer. And then we will come back and start the actual app. It's exciting. It's exciting. Want to get political? What about adulthood? Shall the realms have one standardized age or legislate depending on the race you belong to? Oh my gosh, yeah. Let's get into the nitty-gritty details of the political climate of Exandria. One of the jokes of this episode is about to get way more relevant. Fuck yeah, let's go. Oh wait, I need to go back to the time that we should be at. Jupadoo, shimmy shimmy yay. Oh.
Thank you,
Damn
Great,
it.
for allowing us.
So
we
good.
got-
What's up? Hello. We are back. Oh man, the budget is not working at all. Good. All right. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I'm just reading chat. I'm catching up. Let's see. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Yeah, we'll just have a big blank spot. Especially because I'm not even going to fill that. Normally that has the chat highlight there, but because I'm not getting chats into streamer.bot, man, having all of it in streamer.bot is super nice. But it is also a single point of failure. Yeah. That is wild. I was reading about the old Gary Gygax dungeon. Huh. I can't even I'm sure that the DM must have read it beforehand. But it would be interesting. Can you put the Twitch chat there? Normally, yes. Basically, Twitch chat is currently in here, but YouTube chat isn't, and YouTube chat normally is. But I fucked up some prep, so it's not at the moment. It'll all be fixed next stream. Oh, you mean? I see what you mean. You mean put the Twitch chat in the blank space. I could do that. Why not? That would work. Chat. Oh, that doesn't look like chat. Somehow. Let's see. Let's go. There we go. It's small. But let's see if we can. Whoa! All right. Can make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Hi, YouTube. SpongeMan here. All right, yeah, we'll have the two chats next to each other. That'll be fine. And actually, I can even take it off of my. Oh wait. I don't even need this one. What am I doing? I do want to remove that chat. I already have Twitch chat just hiding behind YouTube chat currently. Oh, goodness. Oh, dear. Glitched Revenant, SpongeMan here. Hello. Hello. And then I can actually, now that we don't have anything that we're doing with that space, I can make YouTube chat bigger. Yeah, that'll work. That was a great idea. Beautiful ideas. Side monitor, get the transform, and let's just uncrop a lot of that. Go to 900. Perfect. All right, a little bit sketchy today, but we're making it work. Twitch chat isn't as busy, but it's nice to be able to read it on screen. Yeah, I agree. Well, and especially because I normally am able to, like I said, I'm normally able to highlight things that I'm talking about so that even if like there's something wrong with the on screen, I can still highlight it, but even my backend is broken. But anyways, let's do it. Let's do it. You'll take $20 for the idea? Yeah, let's see. What can I do for you? That is nothing. I checked with our accounting department. Can't really make that one work, but maybe next year. Maybe when the new budget comes in, you know? New budget's still being worked out. We're still in the beginning of the year. Maybe in February we can get you your funds allocated. Full session of D&D tonight? Hell yeah. Knick-knack like knick-knack paddywhack. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. May's still running a hiring freeze. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's play.
The theme of this month is horror, and I've been dabbling in the hip-hop world lately. So I prepared a little rap to,
Oh boy.
it's pretty street, guys.
Oh no. No, you are not doing that right now.
It's gonna be pretty hardcore, so buckle up. You've never looked older. Maestro, I need a track.
I know, crazy.
Okay, good, yeah. A little louder. Come on, I gotta feel a jam here. Okay, ready? My name is MC Sammy, and I'm here to say I love Loot Crate in a major way. Their boxes are fly and full of loot. You'll feel real dope, and that's no bullshit. Wiki, I'm Funky Fresh, a real hip hopper, and we got a discount to save you some copper. If you use our code, you can save $3. And if you don't, well, then I don't give a fun beatbox breakdown. Okay, there's more. I got the hiccups. So in conclusion, So in conclusion, listen up, G. I'm down with Loot Crate and with OPP. Their swag is the bomb and their threads rocks. You want horror? Player, it's in the box. Word.
Oh wow.
Thank you, Sam.
Sure.
Straight out of
That made me
Regal.
sweat.
Oh, man.
God.
That made me sweat. That's how I feel. I'm like, I think this is making me sweat more than normal, because the last time I remember rapping in public was when I was getting bullied in 7th grade, and other guys in the bathroom were like doing cool raps, like actual raps, and I was like, I can rap too. And I did a rap from like a Train song or like Journey or some shit that was like, it's so embarrassing. So embarrassing. I don't know what part of my brain thought that that would like really win me some friends. And I don't think I've rapped in public since. I think that did it for me. So here's what happens when you surgically remove shame. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, no. That is not for me. Not for me. It reminds me too much. That went really well.
That went really well.
That did not at all set hip hop back to 1991.
I think I couldn't have gone any better.
I think I saw that in my DARE class.
So thank you, Loot Crate,
Wow.
for allowing us
So
week
good,
after
man.
week to have Sam do this. Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Oh my
Also,
goodness.
lootcrate.com/critical role now goes to a custom Critical Role page.
This would be a Sam is mega moment if Sam left the room crying. This is before I had gotten rid of my shame. Now, at this point, I am way closer to Sam, but I still got the scars. I got the scars for certain things. I would not be doing that. No, sorry, Bob. Let's see. All right, we're going to grab that and go to this. Boop. The fact that the sponsors let Sam do stuff like this is wild to me. They're the original, man. There's so many like podcasts and like influencers that I watch nowadays that like, to me, it is so obvious that you should do like weird and wacky ad reads, because there are certain people where I watch their ad reads because I know that they'll be fun and entertaining. And if they are not fun and entertaining, which is most often when the sponsors like make them like hard stick to a script. Oh, I did skip way ahead. Why? What the hell? Why did it do that? Oh no, things are broken. Did that?
Once the white dragon's off the board,
No!
then we will.
What's going on? Man, all of my shit's broken. Aw, man, I tested this specifically. I was testing right before stream. Damn it. I don't know what's happening, man. Oh man. I know how to fix it though. I think I know how to fix it. I think if I throw the 00 in front of it, I think it'll just work. So if we go earlier, we'll hedge earlier. 635.
Hello and welcome back.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Picking up.
So that's easy enough. I can just throw the 00 ahead of it. There we go. Fixed. It's something to do with it trimming wrong. So many people do at least moderately silly ads. Sam's level of silly is a skill few have, though. I agree. The channel that I watch the ads most consistently on is the Yard Podcast. Because their ads are Sam level of silly. And it is insane that people sponsor it, but I assume that it works because I watch those sponsor reads, you know? And I don't watch most sponsor reads. Yeah. I love the weird ag segments. Yeah. Yeah. Sam has performed on Broadway. I think that is more nerve-wracking than being on stage. That's true. That is fair. Rapping like that live, I'd die. I would die as well. All right. Have in the past. Let's see. All right. We're in Matt's recap and play YouTube.
Before we last left off, Vox Machina, our band of adventurers, had been collecting the Vestiges of Divergence, a series of artifacts to prepare for their coming encounter with Thordak the Cinder King and the rest of the Chroma Conclave, a group of evil ancient dragons that banded together to tear across and dominate the Tal'Dorei countryside. During their most recent journey, they were tailing what appeared to be a competitive group searching these same artifacts, led by a forgotten villain of the past, known as Dr. Ripley. They were led into a trap, and a heavy battle took place, one that claimed the life of Percival. The party retrieved his body, took it back to Whitestone, and through a series of very lucky rolls and imploring his soul to return once freeing it from the devouring jaws of Orthax, the Shadow Demon, he was restored to life. Celebration was short-lived thus far. After an evening's rest, they were asked by their old ally, Seeker Asum, to meet them upstairs in Castle Whitestone in the war room for a very important meeting. Upon arriving around the central table, Asum revealed himself to actually be Raishan, the green dragon and member of the Chroma Conclave that you have not seen since the original attack of Iman, and left you last with the bombshell bit of information that Raishan's here to make an alliance. And as you are as well, Raishan is interested in the destruction and downfall of Thordak the Cinder King. And that's where we're going to go ahead and pick up. So, having just revealed through the somewhat transformed eyebrows, eyes, and upper face.
I will also say, in terms of getting out of like what do you call it? DM advice mode, getting out of advice mode, getting into prediction mode. Hell yeah, you can read the YouTube chat. Let's go. Getting into prediction mode. I think that Raishan made a deal with a Vecna cult member. Whoever that is. Do I have anyone that I think is in that exists that I think is in the Vecna cult? Fuck it. We'll call it what's his name? The guy that hired them originally that I thought was the like Golemancer. I think he's an apparent neutral. I'm also Dresvina. We'll just say Dresvina. I don't know. I think that Dresvina and Qual, you're right, Master Qual. Master Qual, who Dresvina works for. Master Qual. Yeah, Dresvina's boss. I think that Master Qual and Raishan worked together. I think that Dres gave Raishan either the tech or the technique or the spell that would allow her to break the bond between Thordak and the elemental plane of fire. And he said, and then he gave her like the control wand. if this BG3, think the Connor Vanderblad wand. Vanderblad, I think is his last name. I don't know. Zombie Connor. Drez or Master Qual then gives her the control wand or the control circlet or whatever. But he built himself a back door. He built himself a way to take back over control from Raishan afterward. So Raishan at the beginning is down. She opens up the portal, and maybe Master Qual also coordinates with the Briarwoods to start the siphon that ultimately gives Raishan the power to open the portal at the Pyra. That's a theory. And then they go through with the plan. They take down Amon, and then Vorugal and Umbrasyl essentially fuck off. And Raishan is like, perfect. This is what I wanted. I am now going to manipulate Thordak. But Thordak stops listening to her. He starts telling her to fuck off. He's going insane. He's digging under Iman. He's building walls out of gold. That's not a very stable construction material. Ridiculous. And she's like, oh no, something's wrong. And she tries to investigate, tries to find Qual. Qual's disappeared. Can't find him anymore. And she eventually realizes that if things keep progressing the way they are progressing, society's going to crumble. She wanted to rule over a society. She did not want to rule over rubble. So ever since the Battle of Amon, that is why we haven't seen her establish a lair or a territory, is because she's been trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And she has finally decided that she just needs to kill Thordak. She's decided that, and because she knows that even if she knew where Master Qual was, she wouldn't be able to convince Vox to go and kill the person who has seized control, because then control would just go back to her. They would never agree to that. So she's like, GG, get you next time. I'll bounce. And very Spike from Buffy. So I think that's what she's going to pitch to them. And then to get them to help, she's going to flip on the Vecna cult. She's going to give them a name. Maybe Allura is still kidnapped. Maybe Allura got kidnapped by the Vecna cult. Or maybe Allura got kidnapped by the Chroma Conclave. And Raishan, I think, if I'm all right, and if she's a double agent like this, with her own motives, I think she needs to give them a solid piece of actionable and confirmable information. That is what I would do if I were Matt. So there needs to be something that Raishan knows that Vox would want to know and can confirm before they continue working with Raishan. So that's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting, and I'm interested. She wants her 5 silver back. Yeah, she wants the material cost. Yeah. So I think that's where we're going with this. I could be wrong about a lot of the specifics. Obviously, I'm just throwing Master Qual's name out there. Mostly because he's a golemancer, and I'm convinced at this point that Thordak is essentially a flesh golem. And I'm throwing Vecna out there because it's the main other enemy that we are aware of. Those two details could be wrong, but I think the broad strokes of the situation that Raishan is in and why she is coming to the party, I think that's why. Broadly. It seems that our Thordak problem took care of itself thanks to the load-bearing wall made out of soft metal. Just collapses on top of him, yeah. I do like how much of May's incredulity has to do with building things out of gold. Clearly an insane person thing to do. Clearly speaks to an unwell mind. Yeah, absolutely.
Of the hairless, tattooed and scarred side head of Sikar Asum. You can see the reptilian green scale spill about and the kind of glowing yellowish reptilian eyes peeking through. The voice modulates into more of a deeper, but thin, reedy hiss after Asum looks to you all as Raishan and says, I wish to kill the Cinder King.
Sure.
Now, you accept my alliance.
That's it. That's. We're just supposed to trust you?
No, I assumed you'd ask questions. I'm an open book. What do you require?
Why in the fuck should we trust
Also, that buzzing is on CR's end, not mine.
you?
You shouldn't, to be perfectly honest. I am a being that rides the line between what's true and what's false, and I know your research has spoken the same. However, strange circumstances make for strange bedfellows. And circumstances as they are, I think you have very little choice. As do I.
What do you claim your motives to be?
Listen for a moment, and I'll tell you a bit about the history of this green dragon before you. My home is south of here, within the jungles of the Rife and Mist Peninsula, along the southern side of the Stormcrest. That is where I met the Cinder King nearly 2 decades ago, when he encroached upon my territory. Now, we battled then. An exhausting struggle over days. Thodak is keen of eye, however, and older than I. He held his assault. He saw me, and he saw my disease. I was cursed a half-century ago, when I infiltrated and toppled a temple of Melora that was being built by a high druid for her roving peons. As I consumed her last follower, and broke the druid upon her altar, she gave her dying breath to spite me. Of a sickness that she...
Hopefully... Keyleth's mom was on her Aramente. So, theoretically, Keyleth's mom wouldn't have been building a temple, right? Because if that ends up being Keyleth's mom, I don't see this alliance happening hell or high water.
Part of it was merely an inconvenience. But as the years wore on, it spread and worsened. I left my pursuit of base interests and began to obsess over a cure for this before it took me.
The reason that she got in contact with the Vecna cult in the first place, very similar story to Delilah. Obviously, it's not disease. It was her husband. It was grief. But those are both just reasonings to seek out immortality, right? That they're essentially seeking out lichdom. One, because she is a normally very long-lived being that has this disease that she needs to stop, so she needs to gain immortality from somewhere else. And Delilah, not because she needed immortality for herself, but for her husband. She needed to resurrect him from the dead. So that, to me, could be how she got in contact with the Vecna cult in the first place. Interesting. Great way to keep the party remembering that Raishan is not a good person. Yeah, I think if you want this to be a real choice, and I would want this to be a real choice. And so I would really highlight throughout this entire conversation, Raishan is so useful. Raishan is useful. Also, Raishan is a villain. Look at this bad thing. Look at this other bad thing. Look, she got cursed by someone that would normally be your ally. Yeah. Also, a good way to reinforce right after they've had Ripley, where Ripley was their first huge example of not tying up loose ends and that coming back to haunt you. In this case, the druid essentially cursed Raishan, which is something that, maybe Vox would have done. But instead of finishing Raishan off, Raishan remains alive and potentially, it seems, kickstarts an entire second calamity. Something that would have never happened had the druid not cursed her in the first place. So it's a good reminder for the party right after, not even a reminder, a reinforcement of Ripley in your actions have consequences, and just because you do part of a good thing does not mean that it will have a good end. You cannot guarantee how things will fall out after your actions. Because this druid clearly couldn't. The timeline for Geeky Mom cursing Raishan didn't match up. The Fire Shari saw her 50 years ago. Okay, good. I didn't think so. It would have also been weird for Keyleth's mom to be building a temple, but I heard female druid, and I'm looking at Marisha's face, and I'm like, oh no. Here's my PowerPoint presentation about my backstory. Yeah, right. Yeah. I wouldn't know if it was any of it's true, but we don't need to tempt fate.
I burned through servants after servant to find anything on such a disease. Everything failed. Everything. Thordak somehow looked and recognized my ailment. He said, "You are unwell. A rare malady upon you. It will claim you in time. However, I've traveled the world. I've gathered many secrets. And I know how to be rid of it. To burn it out of your system with a fire you will never find. I've done it before. I can burn away the worst of illnesses. Now, I am a creature who can pierce any lie by nature. And I know in my heart..."
Good thing to throw in there. Just a casual thing to throw in there to the party that loves lying to NPCs. Obviously, whether or not they believe them, but casual way to slip that in there and give the PCs information for the upcoming negotiation.
That he spoke the truth that day, that dragon. I asked what he wanted in return. He said, "Your servitude." We made an agreement. He would return once he marked his domain, and we discussed the terms. However, he did not return. I grew furious and sought answers, only to find that he was brought low and sealed away by some assembled others. Some fools from Iman. It took me years of seeking, but I found his whereabouts. I was not going to let my chance to strike away this bloody curse slip from me. So I met him on the fireplane. For years, I saw his swelling, his pained form. He spoke of plans, his ideas for vengeance and domination, but he would not relinquish the secrets he promised me until I released him. I proposed the conclave. I assembled the others. I negotiated the agreements. I corrupted the binding stone. I prepared the pirate gates. I did everything. As time went on, Thordak's clarity muddled. It seemed his bindings, the power that he was absorbing, was beginning to drive him mad. We did not have any more time. I needed to initiate the escape before he lost enough to forget our agreement, or the means to even fulfill his side of the bargain. No celestial solstice is planned, but Winter's Crest would have to do. And with Thordak freed, the conclave assembled. Taldore was raised, divided, and won. But Thordak still withheld his words. He laughs at my requests. I see now that he does not mean to tell me, and never really did, as his mind began to go. He enjoys his seat of power over all of you, over me. And I want him dead. I want to watch him be torn apart. I want to see his eyes go cold, and in that very moment, I want to call his spirit back and bind his word to tell me how I can save myself, and then laugh at his misfortune as I tear what's left of him. So that is why I come to you. I have not the power to take him myself.
Okay. So it's not a control thing, it's a desperation thing. Interesting. But she hasn't offered anything yet. And if I'm doing this, there is absolutely no way that I'm going to rely on Vox Machina's goodwill. There's no shot. So what is Raishan offering? What is Raishan offering? That's the big... I mean, just if it's just help with Thordak, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough if it's just help with Thordak. That is interesting. That is interesting. So, but I was right about her being the not brain master. What the fuck am I trying? Mastermind. The brain master. I was right about her being the mastermind behind the conclave, but very wrong about the reasons. She is not necessarily going for power. She is doing this entire thing out of desperation to stay alive. What's up?
Did you open the door?
No.
She knows how to open doors then.
No. You?
Because Bird's been laying next
Both of our dogs have learned how to open doors. This is a bad development. He's cute, though. Interesting. Sounds like kill him, and then I'll extract the info from him so far. Yeah, it's absolutely that. No, Sheila, I'm your mother. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, she's all on the vengeance train. But what is she going to offer Vox? That's the big missing piece for me. That's the big missing piece for me, is what is she offering Vox? But also, I will note, I'm feeling confident. No Celestial Solstice as planned, but Winter's Crest would have to do. And that is the whole thing from the Briarwood arc, is we are about to end the world. I don't remember exactly what Delilah said. It's like I ended the world for us or something like that. I have the quote somewhere in my notes. But regardless. And that is when they were activating the siphon. And the timing lined up that theoretically, I don't think we ever got full-on proof, but I think the timeline could have allowed for Raishan to summon the portal on Winter's Crest when, although that is interesting because they actually did it before Winter's Crest, but I think that still works. I think the whole thing was that they needed to activate the siphon ahead of time and that Delilah was going to pour some power in. Does that work? I think that still works. I still like that theory. There's a little bit off here. And with Thordak freed, the conclave assembled, Tal'Dorei was raised, divided, and won. But Thordak still withheld his words. Yeah. Well, it's also interesting that they say Tal'Dorei when Vorugal got shoved over to Draconia. Yeah. And then Thordak just didn't tell her. Interesting. What is she bringing to the table? Other than just being a dragon, but I would not trust that. If I was the players, there is no way that, like, if Raishan's only offer is I will help you in the battle, like I will come to the battle with you, in my head would just be trap. It's all trap. Like, I'm not believing her even a slight bit. If it's literally just, I will come and help you fight. She needs to offer information. The plan was Winter's Crest. The plan was Winter's Crest, but Vox showed up I think it was only a day early. Yeah. Also made it to theorize and hold back from... yeah, it's all good. We're fine. Especially if it's things about the past. But we're all good. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. I think that still works. Because it's too lined up. And also, she says in here, I did everything. I proposed the conclave. I assembled the others. I negotiated the agreements. I corrupted the binding stone. Makes sense. Makes sense how we got out then. I prepared the Pyrogate. Now, I think that there was some fools from Amon. That's Allura's party. Yeah. He doesn't explicitly mention, or she doesn't explicitly mention any others. But I feel like the coincidence is too much. But it's also possible that it is coincidence, legitimately. Since the Winter's Crest, the literal date, has this property about it, if there was going to be coincidental timing, it would be on the day of power or whatever, you know? It would be on that day of power or nearby it in that general area. So it's hard to say. It's like it lines up, but if any day could be a coincidence, it would be that one. It's hard. Closer to a week than one day. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I thought it was 2 weeks after the Briarwoods were defeated. The Briarwoods are defeated, and then they have... I'm pretty sure the next episode is Winter's Crest and Whiterun. But it's Whitestone, but it's either that or the episode after. And time passage is funky. So it absolutely could be that they like rested a few days in, a few minutes of out of game time. Could be that they had like a little mini downtime. Spent some time. It was a montage sequence. Oh, that's true. Next episode was Orthax, but that was on the same day. But you're right. Yeah, next episode was Orthax. Yeah. Anyways, the details don't necessarily matter. Not necessarily. We'll have to see.
Thordak will experience all of those things. He will burn and he will suffer. And you will not be there to watch it happen. Keith? Want to feel the burning inside of you? Oh, you will feel it, Raishan. But it will not be from Thordak, or whatever proposed cure he made up. The burning you feel will be from the souls of 10,000 fire Ashari as they sear your flesh. And the last thing that you will see will be my face as I watched you suffer, as you watched a quarter of my civilization burn.
Child.
Yeah. This is why I'm saying that Raishan needs to offer more. Because it's not it's personal in so many ways. Like, she claimed full-on responsibility for the Chroma Conclave that burned down Iman. She personally chose the Pyra, which I'm assuming is because, the transition between the material plane and the fire plane is weakest at that point. It was purely strategic, nothing personal, but it's pretty personal. Yeah, I think if Raishan's entire pitch is just, I will help you, we'll see.
I commend your bravery in the face of certain doom. But think before you give in to such a base
Thordak's secret
passions.
weakness?
There is much to be gained by us working together, and so much more to be lost.
Oh, you commend me for bravery? Oh, Raishan, for someone who is supposed to be so smart, I am not afraid. I know what you are. You are a parasite. You walk around calling yourself a magnificent ancient dragon. You are nothing more than a leech. You consumed the energy of my people for years. And we're supposed to just trust you?
Child, your anger is misplaced.
Call me child one more goddamn time!
I move behind Caliph.
Oh, is it? Oh man. I got a negative comment recently about on the Tiberius video. It happens not often, but not often. Basically being like, Marisha sucks. And I get more negative comments about Keyleth and Marisha on the Tiberius video than I do about Tiberius. People defending Tiberius. It's fun, right? And it gets brought up so much, the main character stuff. And it's like, I can get it. But it happens so infrequently that, like, to an extent, I guess you can say that she's going main character here. If by that you mean that she is expressing a deeply held, very personal belief and is, I guess, not confirming with the rest of the party first. But that's how, like, emotional outbursts work, man. That's not... She's not going to reasonably discuss it with the rest of Vox first. Like, I think this is so cool, personally. This is, like, a great piece of RPing. And it's so frustrating. Those, a lot of times those comments will talk about, like, my bias in this, and I'm like, dude, my bias is that I came into this with no meta knowledge and formed my own opinions. Like, I'm looking for it. When people say negative things about any member of the cast, I look for it. We had a long conversation about the things that I think are potentially wrong or problematic with Talison's roleplay and, like, his, like, the way that he organizes his play during the big Raven Queen episode. Like, I'm not afraid of shying, or I'm not afraid of, like, to examine those things, but I just can't see it. And so it's very frustrating to even, like, try and talk about. And at this point, I'm just hyperlinking to, or I shouldn't get in the trenches. I just try to hyperlink to Mike's video and call it a day. Yeah. I think that's because most people dislike Orion for rational reasons rather than the dislike for Marisha. I see what you like. They dislike him because of things that he ostensibly did, not necessarily. Yeah. I can see what you mean. Like, they, like, disliked him because they thought he was cheating, or because he. Yeah. It's, I don't know. It's tough. Yep, there's the internet sexism for you. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, at least we're past Gamergate. This is A plus RP. Yeah, this is awesome. And, like, I think that there's also a level that I have to remind myself of, and that I try to keep in mind when I'm doing my analysis of this and, like, thinking about this as a home game, is that even if we consider this a home game and not an actual play, you know, because that's a lot of times the mindset that I'm trying to inhabit, because there's a lot of things that they do because it's an actual play that I don't think would be good at a home game, but I still analyze those things as if they're at a home game and explain why I wouldn't do them at a home game, even if it's okay that they do them because it's an actual play. The other thing about it is that there is an insane level of trust. And while trust is a thing that can be strived for, it is a thing that can be built, it is a thing that can be worked on actively and intellectually, it's also just something that you can't force necessarily. No, not even necessarily. Just you can't force it. It happens and it develops, but it's not something that you can just start doing. You can't just start trusting the other people at the table. And so if you're used to playing at a table with possibly lower trust, or you've never played at a table with high trust, I can imagine that something like this, you don't have that inherent trust that the other players do, where they know that Marisha's going to give them their spot. They know that she is going to have this excellent moment of RP, but that she's not necessarily going to jump the gun and perform an untake-backable action without allowing them to maybe stop her or like hold her back. Like they have an amount of trust that even if she is role-playing as if Keyleth is not going to let them get a word in, that Marisha will. Marisha will give them a chance to get a word in. Or they have the trust that if she doesn't, it's that important to her in this moment, and that she will back off when it's important to them. Right? They have this mutual understanding, this mutual trust. And if you don't have that, or you've rarely experienced that, I think that can really color your view on some of these moments, in a negative way, which sucks. But it's also not something that's like easy to say. You show support for Marisha and people will just heavily disagree. Yeah. And I phrased some things in retrospect kind of poorly in that video. But not poorly enough that I feel even a remote need to take any of it back or to correct myself. I just was maybe slightly hyperbolic in some instances of saying like, we can call a spade, it's internet misogyny. And a lot of people took issue with saying that I thought that all of it was internet misogyny. It's like you aren't understanding what I'm saying, and unfortunately, I can't explain it in a comment. I do want to make a video at some point explaining it, but she's going main character as much as Tal did when the Briarwoods were introduced. This villain is legit connected to her character, and she's just reacting. Exactly. Like, she is taking the spotlight here appropriately. She is not being a spotlight hog. We have done so much less of Marisha's backstory than any other character. Maybe save Scanlan. And maybe equal parts to Vex. But we've gotten so much more backstory and like main character time, obviously for Taliesin, but also for Vax and Grog. They've gotten way more like main character screen time. So it's just, yeah. I have trouble blaming anyone else for main character syndrome at this point in C1. Now that we've had to spend years watching Scanlan try to buy drugs for an extended joke that only used his character. Yeah. And I mean, that is the thing at the end of the day, is that they all do take the spotlight. That's just not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if it's disproportionate and if it's like stepping on other people, which it's not from everything that we can see. Yeah. At the end of the day, CR are friends. If any of them had a problem with Marisha at the table, they would have talked about it behind the scenes. And that is like, that is something that I think is intuitive and that we can just like say, yes, this is probably how it would work. But also we don't even need to just look at the intuitive case. That's what happened with Orion. Like, Orion and them were friends, ostensibly had trust with each other. And then they lost it, and they dealt with it behind the scenes, and they didn't talk about it on camera, but things happened because of it. So we don't even need to assume that that's what would happen. We know that that's what would happen. Also with the guy, there was a big thing that happened right when I started watching, like this time last year, or probably 15 months ago. where like the guy that like ran the podcast, Foster, I think name was, same thing happened. Like CR is clearly willing to cut ties, even for someone like Orion that ostensibly didn't like even directly wrong any of them, at least that we're aware of. So yeah, they would have, I can feel very confident that they would have talked about it behind the scenes. Yeah. You might have missed this for obvious reasons, but right before you paused, Travis said I moved behind Keyleth. Oh yeah. Like it's both a support move and a potentially I'm getting ready to hold her back move. Yeah, I agree. It's both. Or try to stay out of the line of fire. Yeah. You have great takes, IMO. Thank you. One Piece sucks. Thank you. I try. Because I really, you know, I'm not here to talk about how great Critical Role is. I think it is awesome for a lot of reasons, but I also don't like a lot of things about it and a lot of the things about the individual players. And we can, you know, we can be honest about that and have a longer conversation. It's also why I like live a lot, is for that same thing. Yeah. But thank you. I took it as that was Grog hiding. Also possible. Yeah. Brian Foster. Yeah, Brian Foster. Yeah, I don't know a lot about it because I don't even know who he is, and I didn't want to look too much into it for fear of spoilers. But yeah, it looks like that was substantially worse than Orion. Yeah. Yeah. I take Grog's action as if she starts a fight, I'm here, but she's still in charge. I could see it going a lot of ways. I could see it as a hiding thing to like reinforce how like strong of a presence she is right now. I could see it as a supportive thing. I could see it as a, like I said, getting ready to like hold someone back sort of thing, which is also kind of supportive. But yeah, like a nice role reversal. Yeah, there's a lot of good things about that small moment. Yeah. Anyways, I like this moment a lot. And in terms of like takeaway from our own table, it's what you guys were saying about like, I like it when other players take the spotlight if I trust them. Like, this is a good example of if you have trust, you can do these really big sort of moments. And feeling that out with your table is a process, but it can bear this really nice fruit. And if you do have that trust, then you don't need to be worried about taking the spotlight. I have a player who is constantly worried about that. He's constantly telling the other players, if I'm talking too much in the session, just let me know. He's always talking about it. And all of my other players are always like, dude, it's good. We're cool. We like watching you. It's all good. And so this is, I guess, the reminder of if you have that trust, it's okay to take the spotlight occasionally and maybe to even have the spotlight more often than other players if the other players are good with that. Because players want spotlight to varying degrees depending on their personalities and sometimes even like depending on the campaign, you know, and their character. Travis saying it is boosting Marisha. That is true. That is very true, Sarah. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. If there was no trust, Grog holding back Keyleth would be an adversarial action. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Trust allows so much more accurate and cool storytelling. But it's also something that like you need to be aware that these things can be interpreted negatively if you don't have that trust. You shouldn't show up to an Adventurers League table and give this kind of speech with total strangers because they don't have that trust with you and they might see that as you stepping on their toes and taking away their autonomy. So yeah, it's a good thing. I want maximum spotlight, which is why I DM. I'm right there with you. Oh yeah. 2 that tend to hold back, and 2 they're like a swing factor. It ends up at a good balance. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I did not slay a single one of your people.
No.
Thordak's release destroyed the top of
Which
the
you did. You unleashed the mad dog, you bitch! This is your fucking fault!
Admittedly, self-admittedly.
He's just a mad king. As you said so yourself, you're the master planner! But your plan backfired, didn't it? So now you've come to us. And you think that you can formulate some other master plan that's still gonna somehow get you what you want. You dumb fool. When will you fucking learn?
Kill.
Raishan.
Do not mistake.
Dude, that's a fucking emote right there. Wait, right here. Oh no. It's
Fucking
right
learn.
when he looks to the side. That's the emote. Ooh. I'm taking a screenshot of that. Boop. That's getting saved off for later. Because I like it.
Kill.
Raishan.
Do not mistake my grace in this room for need of conflict, nor foolhardy wishes.
Oh shit, the ad thing still isn't working. My ad timer's not working. Oh, it is! It just worked right as I brought it up. Let's go. All right.
Ads incoming, take cover.
Ads are incoming. Take cover. We've got about a minute. About a minute. Sam's having a happy breakfast on the drama. The piece of hype mixed with wild terror. Mild terror, yeah. Well, because it really is like, I'm so, because I also think that they're all curious about, like, what is Raishan gonna say? Because at the moment, like, Marisha's laying it out. Why would they work with Raishan? I'm still asking. So I'm waiting for Raishan to actually present me with a legitimate reason other than just power. Because they know plenty of powerful people. They've got Devosa. Raishan will not even be the first dragon that is allied for them in this fight. So it's like, what do you bring to the table? Besides the substantial opportunity to stab us in the back. Like, we get that you're desperate. What up? Hello. We're back, and we are not very far in. And we're 2 hours into the stream. According to our estimations, I should be nearly halfway. I'm not. So, we're gonna get to watching.
If I wanted each one of you dead, I would be chewing on your bones right now.
Right, we get why you don't want
I think
them dead. We get
perhaps, if I may be so bold as to tidy up what Keyleth is trying to drive home here, is that from all intents and purposes on this side of the table, you strike me as a desperate creature who's pretending that he has a choice to be here and has brought that is another conversation. You brought very little to the table. We are not impressed with your notions that somehow we can work together. You need us, and this is all you bring.
No, I bring information. I bring knowledge of Thordak.
Where's Assume?
I know where Assume is.
Where is Assume?
Let's start with that.
Let's stop pretending you have a choice here.
The one you call Seeker Assume is alive. Inimon still working amongst the clasp. The story I gave you was mostly truth, peppered with necessary deceits to place me here amongst you for the time I needed. He is there to secure survivors against Thordak. I infiltrated the rings of the clasp, gained his trust, which allowed me to find your whereabouts, and so I came. He sent me on a mission to notify you of his plans, which, by the way, along with Bratoris Goldhand and the clasp's cooperation, they have a plan to strike at the Cinder King.
Inside check.
Wait, Goldhand? Brom Goldhand. Yeah, Gilmore thought that Goldhand died. Not according to Raishan. He sent me on a mission to notify you of his plans, which, I mean, you haven't done, I will point out, and you showed up a while ago. Along with Bratoris Goldhand and the class cooperation, they have a plan to strike at the Cinder King. Weird that you're just now bringing it up. That's all I'll say. Bratoris Goldhand and Clasp assume Bratoris Goldhand and Clasp have a plan to strike at the Cinder King according to Raishan. Assume sent her? Then why would she pretend to be Assume? If Assume sent her, Assume should just give her proof. This doesn't make any sense. She's lying through her goddamn teeth. I don't believe a word out of her mouth right now. That doesn't make any sense. Assume sent her to inform them of the plans. Yeah, right. Someone being sus. Yeah. Also, according to her, Goldhand is alive? Like, this feels like another teleportation circle shit. This feels like another lie that Matt is peppering in to tell us that she's lying here. Because I have that note directly. I have the direct note. Brom Goldhand died during the fall of Amon, according to Gilmore. So, now, to be fair, Gilmore might have said something to the degree of, I think he died. It might not have been on screen from Gilmore's perspective, so there's a chance that they're both telling the truth here, but I don't know. There's too much that are activating the old sniffer here. But she's making up this trust for him to make her sound more reliable. I think you're exactly right, Sarah. I think there's a decent chance that Assume is still in Iman. I think there's even a chance, possibly, that she did infiltrate the clasp and she was working with him and that maybe he even did trust her to an extent. But I don't think that he sent her there on a mission. No way. The ancient green dragon that pretended to be their ally, sus? No!
Hand, and the clasp's cooperation, they have a plan to strike at the Cinder King.
Insight check.
1,000.
Well, hold on.
So what?
13. Never mind.
Slippery dragon. There's no reason you'd believe or disbelieve. It's just words to you right now.
Yeah.
What's their plan?
One that'll fail, of course. You see, they put their knowledge in what a red dragon is capable of. They believe that by quelling the flames or stoking some nature of the crystal in its belly's magic, there would be a way to stop them. And there is a path to be taken there, yes, but their knowledge is faulty. They don't understand the nature of the enchantment, and should they attack, they will burn in the flames of their own righteousness.
That's just a quick little. There is a path to be taken there. So, directly giving Vox a path to killing Thordak. But Raishan has to present the information. She's saying their knowledge is faulty. They don't understand the nature of the enchantment. Oh, and this is why they need to keep her alive. That's good. She has information that she can't even communicate to them because it's too fucking magicy wagicky. You know what I'm saying? That's a good reason. It's essentially the equivalent of like, I have a fingerprint that can only get through this door. It has to be something that she can't just tell them. Because if it's just a password, then like, you know, I'm not saying necessarily that Vox would do this, but they could just torture her, right? Not saying they would, but that is a path towards getting that information, theoretically, even though torture doesn't work. But having it be something that she will need to be alive and sentient and present in order to exploit the weakness, that's a good reason to keep her alive. It's not an overwhelming reason. I think it's still a debate, but that's a good reason. That's a good reason. Yeah. She did fool you, Megan. That she did at that. How do you hold a dragon hostage and torture? You probably don't. What you really probably do is you knock them out with non-lethal damage, and then you drag their body, if it can fit through the doors, you drag their body down to the sphere downstairs. It's harder to shoot the fingers off a green dragon, yeah. It's more like only I know how to properly design a nuclear power station. They're going to accidentally make a nuke. I think you're right, yes. I think it is that sort of thing of you are all too dumb to even be able to execute this plan, even if I wrote it out step by step for you. Like, you just don't have enough backing knowledge. I think that's maybe the best argument she can make to stay alive. Especially with what it turns out her actual reasoning is. Yeah. This feels like when the bosses started trying to negotiate with me in Act 3 of BG3. I decided not to, but to eliminate the closest threat, an ally down is an enemy down. Precisely. And that is what they are fighting against is, okay, do we take this potentially easier path for Thordak that will possibly cure Raishan, or do we just take out Raishan and deal with Thordak separately? Yeah. Good.
What's your illness?
I wish I knew the extent of it.
And you watch as Asum's form grows a little more green in places, the scales unfolding, and as the image, though still in the halfling form, where the scales rest, you can see a series of deep purplish black veins that kind of ride up the side of the throat and across the chest and the arms, and they just kind of pulse with each heartbeat.
It withers my constitution. It makes me weary. And I've sat with this for nearly 100 years. My brain is not dull. But I wish not to have this brilliant intellect waste away into ash because I couldn't find an answer.
So you come before us and you tell us you're weak.
Oh, weak by my standards.
Weak by mine, too.
If we were to work with you, and that is a massive fucking if we were to work with you and Thordak were to fall, paint us a picture. What can we look forward to after that? What happens to you? Where do you go? What happens to Teldore?
I have no interest in this masculine domination. Most of these petty creatures that you call your brethren live amongst their cities, and that's fine. My happiness lies in returning to my home in the Rifle Mist, where I can pillage the eastern and southern coasts, where I can ride out amongst the Viridian Ocean and steal what is necessary to survive and enjoy my network of followers and spies, far away from where you live. If that's uncomfortable, I can find a new
nursery rhymes.
Sounds like a life happily ever after.
If you're uncomfortable with my proximity post the fall of the king, I will happily take my presence elsewhere. Gather my people, my belongings, and find a roost somewhere across the Osmid, perhaps.
I'm comfortable with that being a conversation that happens later.
Well, obviously,
Breaking
but
a
I don't
promise
believe
anyway.
anything she says.
So it hardly
You're
matters.
sure that Thordak has a cure for you?
I have spent many years trying to untangle what could be the lie behind those eyes. And I am certain there is a confidence with knowing and withholding that is stronger than the strongest of bluffs. And I've seen that confidence in the Cinder King. A cruelty in that knowledge, that smugness.
Is he still insane?
By most standards has been for some time, but it continues to slip. His narcissism grows to dangerous bounds.
Well, the White Dragon. Before we would agree or even consider any terms, we would need the White Dragon removed from the playing field.
Could be a good way for you to show us your loyalty, even though you have none. But no, Raishan, whatever deal we strike does not end in you leaving my sight. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. Even if I have to die doing it.
Amusing. So,
really, this is a conversation about whether or not we wait to try and kill you until before or after the Cinder King. That's fair, I think.
you think because you took surprise upon Umbrasil, the brute, this inferior intellect, that you would have the opportunity to strike me down. You have no idea what I'm capable of, no matter what malady festers within me.
Oh, we know.
This is your home, right, Percival?
It is.
It would be a shame for it to suddenly no longer exist.
Can we please just fucking kill her now?
I'm not Keyleth. Your threats, they won't bend me, because I believe you. I believe that you would rend this entire city asunder. That's why I'm at the table. I am conscious of where we are. I'm conscious of who you are, and I'm conscious of what you need. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody's clear that the minute that red dragon dies, all bets are off. You know it as well as I do. And you should be wary, because only one side of this table is underestimating the other.
Which side is?
Thank you, Grog.
Can I do a perception check to make sure that this being is actually in the room and is not just some sort of phantom?
We've seen this before.
It's an insight check. Let me get it.
17. Oh, wait, my proficient? No, 19.
19. Okay. The entity you see before you does appear to be physically present, to the best of your knowledge. No one's touched it or attempted to, but does seem to be present with you.
Okay.
All right, I love a good story. So, do you have a plan?
One step at a time. White Dragon.
Voragol is a beast, simple of mind, eager to kill, eat, sleep. That's about the extent. As long as it's given enough land and cattle to devour, it seems happy. It enjoys the hunt, it enjoys the challenge.
How willing do you feel to be a participant in his demise?
A lot better if you'd be willing to shed a bit of blood.
Get your hands dirty.
Oh, she's already done that.
Our agreement, should this go forward, does not end when the Cinder King dies. I demand the opportunity to converse with the spirit from the corpse. Once that's done, then you may pull your rug out from under me, if you will. And I wish you the best of luck.
Well, I assume once he's dead, either you'll turn on us, or you'll run away. Either way works for me.
Yeah, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Are you going to scrap with the White Dragon with us or not?
Can you talk him into flying off, leaving everyone alone?
No, I want a dead dragon.
You see, whereas I have the aptitude to know where my alliances stand. Voragol is, of the entire conclave, the closest Thorak has to a lapdog.
So dead then?
Probably the best bet, yes.
Yes, Grog.
I have a question. Do you want to talk to Thordak's dead spirit, or are you after the, like, big shiny jewel at the middle of his chest?
I have no interest in whatever Chapman shackles him to his insanity. I merely wish to draw from him the secret I've been promised.
Insight check to see if he's lying.
Ditto.
Both of you guys go.
That was not
Oh,
bad.
that was terrible.
18. That's not a 20.
13.
Seems to be telling the truth.
Yeah, but sure.
Well, yeah, sure he does. She does.
He's telling the truth. She's telling the truth.
So, once the White Dragon's off the board, then we will hammer out whatever promises can be made. But until then, there's just too many players on the field to say one way or another.
Have you just been here, as assumed, this whole time? What have you been doing?
Gathering information like I do.
What do you do, sleep in his room? Like a halfling?
Yeah, he like wears his clothes and like uses soap and like brushes with a toothbrush and.
No, I move down to the stables and find a soft bit of hay. Yes, I sleep in his bed and his clothes.
There's a lot of attitude on this one. I mean, it's a simple question. It's gross.
It's pretty gross.
It must be so humiliating for you that you need to turn to us for help. You do have my pity in that regard.
It isn't the most optimal circumstance, but I think
Creatures
we
such
both
as
have
you.
much to gain.
Why do you think Thordak is the only one with knowledge on a cure?
Because everywhere I've sought the information seems to have been destroyed by Thordak once we made the accord.
If you tell us what the disease is. Because that puny little druid that cursed you. Well, don't forget you're dealing with a puny little druid right here.
You could take a look if you like, but I myself do not know its nature.
Have you tried greater restoration? Seems to be the solution to all
The chicken soup of Dungeons and Dragons.
chicken soup for the D&D soul.
Feed a curse. Starve permadeath.
Starve Stoneskin.
Well, no, please go ahead and continue.
Yes, I have.
What was the question?
I've tried all forms of cleansing magic. I've bent many diviners to my aid, and all have failed. This isn't a simple magic. This was a spirit curse. This was something far more powerful.
Sounds like a job for me. Come on.
You don't have to.
I don't want to.
Your spit smells funny, you know.
Is it 2 days until the White Dragon?
How long do we have?
Wait, will Thordak know if we do something to Voragol?
Of course.
Most likely. Very quickly, yes.
What?
He's close watch on his subjects. He's paranoid and requires us to continuously check in, which I have been.
You've been checking in from where?
How have you been checking in?
Here.
I have my means in my room, yes.
Does he know where you are?
As far as he knows, I'm currently somewhere in the outskirts of Western attempting to forge some sort of vengeance for what happened to Umbrasil.
It was a terrible...
If he did find out he was here, it would be very easy to turn the two of them against each other.
Oh.
So when Voragol flew over? Did he not sense you?
But I'm very good at avoiding the sight of those who would seek me if I wish not to be seen.
Was he seeking you, or was he seeking Whitestone?
Based on the correspondence that was put out by Thordak, I was very perturbed at the death of one black dragon that you slayer. As such, sent a rather large assortment of his and Voragol's, so I have an army to sweep the entire Middle Eastern sides of Taldore in search of you, I presume. Thankfully, your allies put up some sort of illusory barrier, one of which I did not disturb during that time. To whatever consolation that is to our agreement.
It is of great consolation. In fact, I would go so far as to say that I'm willing to say that these talks will continue post the destruction of the White Dragon, so long as these talks take place in Whitestone.
We won't have much time to talk after the destruction of the White Dragon.
We'll have enough. And if there is no Whitestone to hold talks in, there will be...
I don't know if this is just Raishan's personal brand of narcissism, but she's calling Thordak and not Umbrasyl. She's calling Umbrasyl the Black Dragon. And then she says, as such, sent a rather large assortment of his and Vorugal's wyvern army. And then later, Taliesin says the white dragon. But when Raishan is talking, it's Thordak, Vorugal, the Black Dragon. The entire Middle Eastern side of Tal'Dorei in search of you. Yeah, that could just be a DM slip, but I thought that the teleportation circle thing was a DM slip. Did they not kill Umbrasyl? Was that an imposter dragon? And that's why they were able to take it? That seems unlikely. But they never talked to Umbrasyl. They just attacked and killed and murdered. She mentioned Umbrasyl's name when mentioning the fake revenge plan about his death. She said Umbrasyl's name before. Okay. She just said Umbrasyl's name earlier. No, or somewhere on the outskirts of Whitestone. Keep a close watch. He's paranoid. The Herd of Storms knew Umbrasyl. Right, I know. I'm wondering if it's like an imposter Umbrasyl. Because we know that there are plenty of other chromatic dragons out there. We know, confirmed, of 2 other white dragons. I mean, they're both dead now, but 2 white dragons other than Vorugal. One of which was delivered by the clasp, the white dragon egg. It could. So I'm wondering if it's like I'm wondering if that's maybe a slip. But it might not be. It might not be. That's what I'm saying is I'm wondering if it's her personal brand of narcissism or if it's an actual slip. I don't know. She seems rather dismissive of Umbrasyl Vorugal. I agree. I think it's incredibly possible that it's just her being dismissive and, like I said, her own personal brand of narcissism. But I don't know. For some reason, that stood out to me. How did this train of thought get started? With her saying Thordak was perturbed about the death of the Black Dragon that you've slain. As such, sent an assortment of him and Vorugal's army. Yeah. We don't know how many of those there are. Was Umbrasyl an ancient dragon? Because Brimscythe, I don't think was. I don't think, if I understand correctly what level Vox Machina was at before the campaign, I would doubt that Brimscythe was a ancient dragon. And so we have been told that they are all ancient dragons, but we don't know that, and the party doesn't know that. They could be any age. Yeah. I don't know. They killed Umbrasyl Jr., his younger cousin. I mean, maybe his child. We know that either Skysunder or Rhymefang is Vorugal's kid. It would be seemingly dead. Oh, wait, no. Seemingly dead. Where's Skysunder? Oh, wait, those are all important, might get rezzed. Is Rhymefang the kid? No. Skysunder. Yeah, Skysunder is Vorugal's purported child. So it's not without precedence that could have been Umbrasyl's kid. I don't know. I don't know. It's not the most solid evidence I've ever grasped onto, but yeah. Probably adult, yeah. My assumption was that all of CC were ancient. That is definitely what we have been told. I'm just not necessarily, especially, and this is the mindset that I was talking about, where it's like, it depends on the table. But like, at this point, I'm like, well, if if the dragons are out here impersonating all these people, what's to stop them from saying, oh, this black dragon is the member of the Chroma Conclave, but actually, it's not. It's an imposter black dragon. Like, it is theoretically possible within the fiction, and now I'm thinking about imposters everywhere. And obviously, I don't think that they are, but I'm the player that you have to worry about. When I talk about introducing too many shapeshifters, it gets in my head. I'm like, it could be all of them. It could be all of them.
And Voragol, so I have an army
no.
to sweep the entire Middle Eastern sides of Caldore in search of you, I presume. Thankfully, your allies put up some sort of illusory barrier agreement.
It is of great consolation. In fact, I would go so far as to say that I'm willing to say that these talks will continue post the destruction of the White Dragon, so long as these talks take place in Whitestone.
We won't have much time to talk after the destruction of the White Dragon.
We'll have enough. And if there is no Whitestone to hold talks in, there will be no talks.
This is true.
One moment. Just game this out for me, friends. If this is all bullshit, and Thordak has sent this little lady here to trick us into traveling with her to Draconia,
Trap.
where Thordak is lying in wait to kill us the second we get there.
Yep.
Well then, if we're making a deal for this little lady to kill on our behalf, why do we need to go? Can we just stay in Whitestone and you go kill the White Dragon for us? You're powerful, aren't you? Why do you need us?
You see, if I were to utilize my full potential, which would be required to fell Voragol.
I haven't even shown you my full power yet. Fucking gets yellow hair. Goes saying.
As idiotic as the creature is, it's still a very dangerous and cunning foe.
Not for you, you're so clever.
Yeah, you can just pretend to be Voragol's something, pet hamster for a while until you kill him in his sleep.
Maybe I overestimated your intelligence.
Just like Heracles.
But
Carry on.
in doing so would immediately paint a target on my back from Thordak. I think it's best that I remain in his good graces, as we all flank up unexpectedly when the time is right.
He is correct.
I would also say that
I'm really enjoying that.
I would also say that if she wanted to set a trap with the three dragons on us, they would just all be here right now.
Also, we could have avoided it entirely and just waited for us to go to Draconia, as opposed to just having someone come by to remind us that we were going to Draconia in the first place. It just seems like an awful lot of work.
I still don't really know why we need her to begin with.
I want
We're
something...
powerful enough. Why don't we just kill her now?
Honestly, because it would damage the castle.
Because it would damn it.
No, don't provoke.
What is that?
She's
What is
really...
that move? Don't do that.
It would damage mine.
You inviting?
And there are
I'm
civilians.
saying the choice is yours.
Don't do
Either
it.
we work together, or you all fall.
Come on.
One dragon when we talk.
Even my simple mind sees the advantages here.
Keyleth, all we're debating is the order in which they die.
She was first on my list.
I don't recommend lists. The only reason I'm stopping you from doing this, and I swear this is the truth, is because this is my home.
But this could be our best chance.
There would be nothing left.
Could be the easiest.
Half-elf.
Thousands would die.
Look at me.
She's right in front of me.
Your worldview is clouded by optimism that does not belong in Exandria. There is good, there is evil, but this world has been remade many times because life is destruction. You should know this as a purveyor of life in its own right. The cycle lives on, the chaos perseveres. Everything grows, eats, then dies, or is eaten. You can put whatever fine dressing on it you like.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, sick bag.
Would it be enough to watch him?
So she's not making this easy to walk away, you guys!
First of all, Percy is right. You do
fact
not want
is-
the people of Whitestone to fall like the people of the Ashari.
More deaths do not make it right, Kenneth.
You're
Not
gonna
right
get
now.
yours. You're gonna get it. Just
To
be
tell me you've
patient.
not claimed a life or two in your time. Do you think your goals and your attempts to save those close to you have not been wrought with bloodshed?
Oh.
Dude, shut the fuck up, Raishan. Oh my god, dude. This is what I wanted fucking Ripley to say. Cause it sucks because Raishan in a vacuum is right about the we're not so different, except that they are different. Ripley and them were not so different, you and I. Raishan is incredibly different. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. Yeah, that's doing a great job, Raishan, being manipulative. He's riding a line. It wouldn't, I'm gonna be real, it wouldn't be enough for me. But, like, I would be... Mega is key, is Marisha here, because I would be like, it's not, it's, I don't care, it's not worth it, and I would definitely need someone to, I'm thinking about all of my characters would want to take them here and now, but Percy has a valid point, R.E. Whitestone. So it's, oh man. Really, it's the collateral damage that is the main holdback right now, which I guess I didn't really consider when I was thinking about this, is the collateral damage aspect. Because I think that if Vox wanted to, they could take Raishan right now. But the collateral damage is a legitimate threat outside of everything else. Yeah. Very not that Matt was ever bad, but imagine how much feedback he's getting doing this to thousands of viewers. If he can stay sane in that fire hose, it's a great opportunity. Yeah, that's true. It is true. SGM video on the up right before the live, but I saw a comment saying that Percy and Keyleth's interaction in this episode mirrors the one in the Briarwood arc. It's possible. It's very possible. I mean, I think that in general right now, Percy is in his post-vengeance era. And all of them are, I've kind of landed on a term to describe it, very tribal. You know, they really care about the people that they care about, and they don't really care about many other people. And you can even see that in Marisha wanting to do the fight here and now, regardless of Whitestone. Like, she's ready to throw hands, despite the reason for wanting to do that being the collateral damage of the Pyra. Because, if we're being honest, she doesn't really care about the citizens of Whitestone. Like, she cares in an abstract sense, but Percy actually cares in the same way that none of the other party are really getting that worked up about the Pyra. It's theoretically this very distinct tragedy regardless of everything else, but they kind of don't give a shit. They give a shit about Keyleth being sad and upset. They didn't really care about the Pyra. And so I think that this not only mirrors, I think you could probably find this conversation in multiple places. You could probably find it when they're discussing the herd and the citizens of Westrun. Like, I'm sure that you could find that in there. Probably when they're talking about Craghammer and potentially going to fight Kima, except that none of them cared about Craghammer, so they were more than willing to go and just throw their bodies at Kavarn because they didn't really care if they freed a Mind Flayer colony under this innocent city. And they bounced. They left a mind flayer colony not that far away from Craghammer. Because they don't care about Craghammer. If Craghammer was Whitestone, we would still be talking about the mind flayers. But I guarantee, not going to come up again. Not going to come up again. The entire rest of the time. So yeah, they have the people that they care about, and they all have to talk each other off the ledge constantly. Because the main constant is that they all care about each other. And then they have other people outside of that. She cares a bit because Percy cares, and that's it, but not enough. That's all of them all the time. They all care a little because each other care, but not nearly as much. Percy always seems to be a bit ahead of Keyleth. He's noble. She's working towards being one. He's got vengeance. She's on the verge, etc. Yeah. Waiting for the scene to be over, but since we're talking about it now, yeah. No worries. Acting more like old Keyleth and Keyleth's acting like old Percy. Yeah. And there's something to be said there about like the cycle of violence and revenge and etc. It's definitely interesting. The party themselves have an interesting dynamic because of how tribal they are all individually. They often wind up with very differing levels of like trust and priorities when it comes to people outside of the actual Vox. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm even thinking about Scanlan fireballing some innocents during the Kevdak fight because he was just trying to save Liam, or he was trying to save Vax. And even though Vax said, include me in the fireball, Scanlan didn't really hesitate. Sam didn't really hesitate. And I think they said something to the degree of like, oh, we're not going to retcon it or whatever. But like, just think about that decision making from Scanlan of, I am going to target people that I can be almost certain will die from this, rather than my heroic teammate that might take a bit of damage, but certainly won't go down. And that's how they think about like everything, you know? Yeah, you got 52 people watching on YouTube? Yeah, it is cool. It's very, very awesome. And Ross is right, 52 people on YouTube. We've been consistently hitting over 50, which is so sick. I'm so excited. I'm so excited about the rest of this year because I have so many plans that are sort of based in that. But yeah. Scanlan kind of killed a kid with that one a bit. It feels weird to say that VM doesn't care, considering they were trying to take down the Chroma Conclave and save Tal'Dorei, but their top priorities are definitely towards each other. Yes. And that is the thing. You know, this conversation of them being tribal started a long time ago, and it started out with me saying that Vox Machina aren't heroic. And a lot of people took a lot of issue with that because they do heroic things. And so then it gets into a debate about your definition of heroic. And for me, heroic, the intentions do matter. But for other people, they don't. And that's very fair. And that's why I've started to land on this tribality of like, it is good for their group for the Chroma Conclave to not exist anymore. And they have the tools and they have the capabilities. And it is good for the few other people that they care about if the Chroma Conclave is no longer around. Like, they are all very convinced that Whitestone is eventually going to be wiped off the map. Westrun was suffering heavily. But they haven't expressed any concern over the cities in Wildmount. Barely any concern over Draconia. Like, they saw that it was, you know, taken out and they were sad about it, but like only for a sec. You know, it's a much more diffused care where they become good guys when it is good for them. And because they live in the world and they care about innocent people that inhabit the world, they end up doing heroic things, but they are very willing to get their hands dirty in the process because, like you said, they don't care about individuals. They care about like broad strokes more than anything. Yeah. They care about society being saved because they get to be the heroes. I think that that's a cynical but also valid way to look at it. I go back and forth on whether or not I view it that way because there is something to be said for they know that being the ones to take down the Chroma Conclave will save people that they personally love, and they are now the heroes that destroyed the Chroma Conclave. Like, they have used their bona fides as killing Umbrasyl a lot since they did it. But there's a deeper conversation. There's like, is altruism dead? Can you ever truly be altruistic? If they're doing all of these good things, does it matter that they're doing it more for their in-group than the entire world as a whole? If they're saving the whole world, does it matter that they're a little reckless in the process? It's also, I mean, so many franchises and fiction ask this question. It's like it's not Civil War. It's Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man, of like looking at the wreckage of the Avengers and the collateral damage that comes from the Avengers. And, you know, it's like, oh yeah, they care about the world in theory, but they're doing all this damage in the meantime. Yeah. If the Chroma Conclave was only Wildmount, I don't think VM would care unless an ally like Allura asked them to contribute. Only hit Wildmount. I think they would care a lot less. Yeah. It would just be, and it's all a prioritization thing at the end of it, which is interesting. Like, I want to be clear. I don't think this is like a bad moral set for a D&D adventuring group. But it's good to identify these sorts of things, these broad patterns, as the DM, because then you can understand how to put them in situations that play off of that. If I'm prepping this session without thinking about that, I don't think Raishan's given them enough. Straight up. When I was thinking about this beforehand, not thinking about Whitestone, I would have thought that they would be throwing hands with Raishan by now. But I didn't take into consideration their tribal relationship with Whitestone. Whitestone, they are incredibly prioritizing, potentially over the theoretical damage that Raishan might be able to do in the meantime. Over giving Raishan a potential advantage, a potential time to prepare now that she knows how unwilling they are to talk about her living. They're giving her more opportunity to fuck them and to fuck other people harder than she can right now. She is contained right now. The worst that would happen is that Whitestone gets wiped. Something much worse could happen if they don't take her right now. But because Matt knows his table, he knows his players, he knows that the threat to Whitestone is enough at the end of the day. That is enough to bring them to the table because of who they are and who and what their priorities are. It's a good example of like knowing your players and knowing how hard you have to push, how much you have to offer. Superhero insurance, yeah. It's not like they're of one mind. I think some of them want to be seen as heroes and some of them genuinely want to help. Absolutely. And even if we look at this broad tribal nature, they don't all have the same in-groups. They all have each other in common. But I don't think that Scanlan gives two fucks if Whitestone gets wiped, honestly. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe he gives like one fuck. Maybe not two. But like they have these much lower priorities. Marisha, even though she is blaming Raishan for what happened to the Pyra, she is willing to take the risk on Whitestone. Not because she doesn't care about Whitestone, but because she cares about it less. Yeah. Because you're totally right. They're not all of the same mind, yeah. Do the ends justify the means? Yeah. The message was attractive, but yes, yeah. They're like Jamon in that regard. They only care for their city and not really about the rest of the world. Jamon only agreed to help VM because they asked, and that provide VM and that VM proved their worth. Yeah, because like Devosa knew what was going on. He could have gotten involved, and he wasn't. Yeah, even Vasselheim. I mean, if we want to go back to what we were talking about like the broad themes of this campaign, like all of the cities kind of only care about themselves. Taldore has a little bit of a distinction. There's a little bit of working together between like Westrun and Amon and a little bit of Whitestone, kinda. But like Vasselheim and Ank'Harel are incredibly, it seems, self-concerned, we'll say. They are not worried about containment. They're just chilling. They're chilling behind their walls. They are like, we will let the rest of the material plane burn before we extend beyond our borders. It's your problem. So even in that perspective, Vox Machina's attitude is not even I don't think it's unprecedented for a D&D party, and it's not even unprecedented within this world. It seems to kind of be the default morality, is you take care of your own. That's the most important thing. You don't take a risk. You don't go and get Mark Watney off of Mars. You do not use the Rick Parnell. You do not risk 5 scientists, even if it's a low risk. You do not risk 5 scientists for the chance to save 1. You don't do it. Devosa does not risk leaving Ank'Harel undefended to potentially rescue outsiders. Not that Devosa doesn't like outsiders, not that they have any sort of baggage against outsiders. They just prioritize them substantially lower than their own people. Yeah. Definitely not a comparable level to Percy. Yeah. It might be best for the world and most life saves to kill Raishan now while she's here and vulnerable. Putting that off to save Whitestone is Percy prioritizing his tribe over the world. I 1,000,000% agree, Sarah. I think that is like kind of the core of what I'm getting at, is like, there's a really good shot that this decision will lead to more people dying, but it will not lead to Whitestone dying. Or it has a lower chance of leading to Whitestone dying. Do the ends justify the means, and what part do their intentions play into that? Are they any less heroic because they have priorities? That's a great question. And it's also like, heroicism is not only subjective in a meta sense, but it's subjective to the person. I'm sure that the people of Whitestone would want them to make this decision. They are more heroic for this decision to the people of Whitestone, or at least to a lot of the people of Whitestone. Even amongst themselves, they might have differing opinions. Yeah. The norm for this world, yeah. Yeah, norm for this world.
I know the consequences of every step of my actions. It is you, Raishan, who did not realize that the biggest consequence is standing in front of you right now.
Do you think you've not stepped on an anthill to get to your destination?
I don't give a flying shit.
I merely stepped on an anthill to get to mine.
He's just fucking winding her up, man.
Understand, there are different levels of thought, intellect, and intent here. I come to you because we have much to gain together, or lose everything by not listening to what I have to say.
You will join us in the fight against the White Dragon.
I will. If you promise to let Thordak's soul be mine.
No, that's not the deal.
We're talking about a second round of negotiations.
We will consider your offer once the White Dragon is dead, not a minute before.
This is evidence of your goodwill.
This is everything of a negotiation, you fool.
What am I getting out of this?
Your life.
An opportunity to prove yourself to us.
A cure to yourself.
Chance to take down Thordak. You said yourself you can't do it on your own.
And yet
Haven't
again,
danced with a dragon that now stands breathing.
Your desperation is so obvious.
we walk away and you die. Or we stay and you die.
Here, I aid you. The tearing of Voragol has a show of goodwill.
Yes.
In response, you keep my true nature secret between those in this room.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
He's
That's
great at keeping
fair.
secrets.
You maintain that I have access to the length and breadth of Whitestone.
Wait a minute. Why the length and breadth of Whitestone?
Largely because I have interests in deciding my plan against Thordak. Let's just say some of it may include a trinket or two that have come in your way in your travels.
Are you like fully aware of what lies beneath Whitestone?
I have some ideas.
Would you like to see it?
I have seen it already.
Have you?
You've been down there.
Yeah, what is it then?
I've been here for some time, my dear.
Then why didn't we meet down there? Why are you so scared of it?
Yeah, if you've seen it, tell us what it is.
I know.
You know.
Of course you.
You say it first.
That was not part of the negotiation.
How big is it?
If we are indeed.
Describe it.
One dead white dragon, and then...
Oh, jeez, what is that?
Raishan snaps her fingers. You see a spark, and you notice a brief burst akin to a minor illusion. No sound, nothing, just the image of a tiny black orb.
That'll do.
She's seen it.
One dead white dragon, and then the negotiations continue. We will speak to no one of what you truly are, although we may caution others that we are looking a bit sideways at Speaker Asun.
I would recommend none of that. Any suspicion means I'm being followed. If I'm followed and feeling threatened, the person you told may not survive. We do not want that, but I'm going to look out for myself.
That's fair.
And so anyone you tell, you're putting in danger.
It's also fair.
Anyone you touch, you are then putting yourself in danger. If any of our friends wind up dead, we're looking at you first.
Fair enough.
Have you done anything with the rest of our friends?
Nothing.
Where's Asun? Did we cover that?
Yeah, we already covered that.
Very angry.
I was very angry. I couldn't hear a whole lot.
Whitestone will not fall. If Whitestone falls, all deals are off. If Whitestone is attacked, all deals are off. You keep it off the radar.
It's already off the radar. I just will not touch the radar.
That will do.
What is radar?
I don't know.
What is
Do you
the
never
room?
go into my room? Do you never look at what I'm working on?
What room are we in right now?
War
This is
room.
the old war room, which is kind of upstairs facing the front.
How
Old
big?
war room, because we moved the new one down into the ziggurat, and she didn't respect that.
Nope. Yeah,
That's it.
For many reasons.
for many reasons.
So let's...
How big is the room?
It's about, I'd say, close to 30 feet by 60 feet.
Enough for a resilient
How many
sphere.
entrances?
There's 2 doors that enter, and then 2 windows that face out the
Are you
front.
going to attack her?
I
All of a
mean-
sudden, are you going to attack her right
Can I
now?
We should probably just kill her right now.
She's going to Alice in
agree
Wonderland
with that.
us out the windows and
I
doors.
agree with that. Can I do a scan of the room, like a perception check to see if I notice
She is
anything
here because she is weaker
magical
than
or
us.
traps or anything weird set up?
Make an investigation check.
Investigation.
If you're looking for traps, it's investigation.
Well, no, is there anything off? Does it look like there's a
She's weaker than
opening?
us.
Make a perception
Bust out
check.
of the
Thank you.
sprinkler.
You can kill her whenever.
Exactly.
Might as well use
Trust
her.
that dice. General perception, 21.
I would have never thought this would have worked. Yeah. I would have thought that Raishan needed to give them more. And I truly think at my table she would have. But this is a good example, again, of Matt knowing his players, knowing the kind of dilemma to put them in that will accurately split the table. Because this is the goal most of the time. You want to have, I mean, ideally it's 3-3. That's the best sort of dilemma. But 2-4 is great. 2-4 is great. So it's kudos to Matt for evaluating it correctly, because I would have gotten it wrong. Yeah. Gila threatened Raishan if any of our friends wound up harmed, the implication being that anyone else is fair game. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. If Raishan, fucks with a random Whitestone guard, Gila doesn't care. Yeah, man. And Matt seems to know. He seems to know what's up. He's like, if you tell anyone, I might have to kill them. Uh-oh, you wouldn't want me to kill your friends, would you? And she's like, don't you dare touch our friends. We'll fight you right now, and we'll let a bunch of innocents probably be killed, but don't you dare touch our friends.
Glancing about the room, it does not appear to have anything that you notice different. It's the same. It has like the 2 banners on the side walls. It has the table in the center with some chairs scattered about. There's the 2 windows opposite.
She is entirely
one window that currently assumes kind of right to his, or Raishan has to her back.
Let's just attack her. I don't think Scanlan is wrong. I think he is weak. However, she will try to destroy as much as possible out of spite.
Also, I haven't said it, and I don't want to have like a big long thing about it, but like, different time. Like, it is one thing, but the purposeful misgendering is as like a way to fuck with her. A little bit. But you know, I cut him. I'd cut him a break. It is longer ago, and also Raishan is a huge bag of dicks. So I get where their head's at. I get where they're coming from. In contrast, they made an effort with Jaman and Devosa.
In her death throes.
Thus also exposing the city. We will be attacked. That will be the end of this of Whitestone.
That's also true. Yeah.
I walk up very gingerly to Keyleth, and I grab one of her antlers very gently, and I say, look, if you want to go, we're with you.
That's what I'm saying. It's not too deep. There's not too much to talk about there, but yeah. It's like if you knew that someone. Well, I guess this gets into a deep. No. This is too deep of a well. I almost said like 3 other things, and then I was like, that is too deep of a well of conversation, and we have an ad break in like 2 minutes. Yeah. And also, like, I don't think there's too much to even like parse there. I don't think there's much to learn from it. It ain't that deep.
But if you exercise a little patience, I think we'll get more out of this, and you'll still get yours in the end.
Is Grog talking to me about patience?
He is. That's very important.
So extreme.
Yes.
He's a man of peace.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to crack it open right now, but we'll get more later.
He's learned a lot.
Grog.
Ads incoming. Take cover.
Take cover.
I guarantee you, the complete lack of satisfaction that you feel when she's finally dead will be just as potent 2 days from now.
Did Thordak tell you about the trinkets of ours that you wanted?
Thordak has no idea what lies beneath the city. Thordak is too obsessed with himself.
About what we have, I mean. Don't.
Are you referring
Friendship.
to
Friendship, and
she
knows. No, she
Oh,
does
you
know.
told
Straight
me
up, she
everything.
does.
You informed me of your entire...
I know, okay? Because we're really smart, and we totally...
We knew it was you all along.
The whole time.
I wanted to know what you're up against.
That's right.
Of course you did.
Taunting you all along.
2
Well,
days.
she was assumed. We talked to she.
Her interest in Below the City is interesting. I don't know quite how to square it with my other thoughts. She's a distinct liar. We know that. So I can only take what she says so... What up? Hello. Hi. Hello. What's up? What games are y'all looking forward to in 2025? I'm looking forward to Civ 7. I probably won't even play it on stream, but or maybe I will. I don't know. Who fucking knows? I ain't committing. But I'm psyched for Civ 7. I'm a big Civ head. But we're still behind. Oh, we're still behind. The hour and 26-minute first half. I don't want to rush through it, but I also do. I want to get through the entire Raishan like convo and see how things fall out. I'm very, very interested.
Knows.
That's right.
She knows.
Yeah,
we
no.
told her everything. What does he want?
Still that one?
Yes.
That wants everything. Everything. Thorak is using the crystal in his belly to slowly build a volcano beneath them on. To turn the surrounding city and the countryside into a new mountain of his visage.
How long until that happens?
That's going to be another 100 years before the entire mountain is complete, but the physicality is already adjusting. The molten rock begins to swirl and flow beneath the Cloudtop district.
Well, you said he's building a volcano.
Well, the volcano is being summoned beneath him. Such is the nature of the crystal he carries. The energy he absorbed from the fire elemental plane carried over with him, and it's still hungry. That's why he swells, that's why he's in pain. But he just laughs amidst it, as it also gives him extreme power and nigh invulnerability.
And you said you knew Thordak before he was trapped in the elemental plane. Was he in any way on what is now known as Glintshaw before the elemental plane?
It's possible. I have no knowledge of this Glintshaw.
What do you know about the Briarwoods?
I don't think I know anything about some Briarwoods.
Really? What do you think about the walls surrounding that beach ball down there? It's a little creepy down there, isn't it?
Itself is a little off-putting, yes.
You expect us to believe you know nothing, as smart as you are. You know nothing of what happened there in the months past.
I know what I've been told.
Are you sure you're not trying to summon something awful?
Do we know? Do we remember?
Do you think I wish to have another creature that I pay subservience to?
No.
Maybe if it can heal you.
Do we know? Because Vecna, right? Is Melora an enemy of Vecna? Do we know that?
We've heard of Melora before.
Essentially, Melora is the goddess of the wilderness and the sea, very nature, life, elemental-based deity. Vecna is not a god. Vecna was very powerful, wanted to become a god, and was balked and scattered. Supposedly destroyed a long time ago, but the cults still endure and infiltrate and wander various parts of Exandria.
Okay.
What do you want to do with that thing?
It pertains to what I think is a sound plan to bring Thordak down to our level.
Or tell me a little bit more.
I will tell.
All right. I was trying to paraphrase, but I need to not. It's more an enemy of Vecna. Goddess of wilderness and the sea, very nature, life, elemental-based deity. Vecna is not a god. Vecna was very powerful, wanted to become a god, was balked and scattered. I think we all knew. I think I knew this. Supposedly destroyed a long time ago, but the cults still endure and infiltrate and wander various parts of Exandria. And that was all. That was all in Matt voice, not in Raishan voice. The whole Melora, a druid, I guess a druid building a temple to Melora, if it is the goddess of wilderness, I guess that makes sense. But then, I don't know, altars don't really speak druid to me, although that's not like obviously not like a hard and fast rule by any means. But the druid also cursing her like this. I mean, I guess it's very shadow druid, I suppose. There's definitely all ways it makes sense, but I'm with Vax. I'm with the party here. There's something that's not quite smelling right about Raishan. About all of Raishan's story and her interests and all this.
Once we finish this next length of your journey, since you're so eager to have made the agreement.
I think I accidentally... No, I didn't. Okay.
Makes sense.
I think you're lying through your teeth. I think you want something you're not telling us about. But I do want the white dragon dead.
Yep.
And we can work on it later.
Let's all agree that this is definitely bullshit.
Definitely.
I'm going to disagree. I think that everything that she said is the truth. And I think that she's not saying an awful lot more. Deception is far less interesting if you're not telling the truth all the time, and I think she's telling a lot of truth.
Oh, Percival,
not nearly all of it.
Lies of omission are a tricky thing, aren't they?
They're far more tricky than simple lies, and I think that we've heard an awful lot of truth.
I'm confused.
So yes, I'm willing to work with what we have.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas on how to defeat Oracle?
Well, for one thing, I will be peripheral to the battle. I will aid you, but I cannot be seen on the battlefield. For Thorak will know immediately there has been a turn of allegiance.
Makes sense.
So what good are you? What can you do?
Yeah, can you shapeshift into other beasts?
I can change my form into a number of creatures and be of assistance in that way. I have a series of arcane talents that I can bring to the battlefield as well.
We needed a beast to bait Voragol with.
I have an idea with that.
Yes, I believe we're all on the
I
same
have a
page.
thought.
What's interesting is the way that stacks, too.
Go ahead. Or do you want to save it?
If we're in this together, can I just say it in front of her?
Sure.
Yes.
No. Don't.
Well, she'll need to know at some
she'll
point.
hear it anyway.
At some point.
Once we
Even
get
if
there.
she's not in the room, we should just
I
assume.
say we agree on principle. Principle. We agree.
Yes.
Yes, we agree.
Yes, please.
Also, Grog actually showing his character growth right now. Like, in my opinion, Grog's big flaw and like character that he overcame was the collection of strength and at a deeper level, hubris. Hubris to think that he could do it alone, that he didn't need his friends, that he could handle Craven Edge. And I think that the party at large is exhibiting a lot of hubris right now. Because my understanding of what just happened is Marisha saying, oh yeah, we could use animal form Raishan to bait Vorugol. And then she's like, interesting how that stacks, because then they could have Vorugol do a bunch of damage to Raishan and then take them both out at once. That's what she's implying. But, and they're all like, and I think Vex literally said like, oh, can I just like say it out loud? And it's like, no, what the fuck? No, do not say it out loud. Just because you feel like you're in the position of power, do not let it go to your head. Something that Grog let it do. He let Craven Edge's power go to his head until it killed him. So do not let your power over Raishan go to your head, because she will kill you. I don't think I'm reaching too much there. I think that's a legitimate moment of character growth from Grog. And a display of a way in which he has grown that maybe the rest of the party hasn't. Yeah. Hubris versus hubris, yeah. Just at the top of their game in this conversation. Yeah. Top of the game is right. Yeah. No person is an island. Yes, sir.
I agree. Hands?
What are we agreeing on?
I don't know.
To
Just say
fight
you agree
with
with him.
Raishan.
I'm in this far.
You don't need our votes. It's already decided.
You're abstaining?
Yes.
I really wish you would vote.
You really need to vote. Voting is important.
Is voting this time important, particularly?
Yeah, this time
the
it's
car
really
gonna go
important.
kill her anyway.
Yeah.
But can't I, if I don't vote, won't someone else just vote for me?
No, you actually sway the vote in greater ways than you can possibly imagine.
Really?
Very important.
I don't even know how. Is it easy to find out?
I'm sure the internet has all your answers.
I should just go online and find out how to register.
Register to vote.
Okay.
Look, it's never an easy choice, but you have to fall down on one side or the other, Scanlon.
Preferably one that doesn't rely on hate as a message. Probably.
Okay, we've gone far enough off the track. Okay, reeling it back.
All right, let's kill a dragon and feel that burn. Oh, Chris Hardwick is gone, coming in just with a political joke. Oh.
Okay.
All right, I'm in for now.
Let's sully the story.
Keyleth holds her hand out to shake her hand.
I'm drawing a blade behind my back.
Soon walks around the table slowly, just making eye contact with you with those yellow reptilian slits for eyes. Brushes past you.
You've grown quite a bit in just these few moments, young Keyleth.
I heat up my hands just a little bit with my flame hands. Feel the burn.
The dragon dies. Stands there keeping the grip, and then releases your hand.
Very well. So, what's your...
Okay, now the question is, what is the cure for Raishan? I feel like the cure for Raishan is the thing that resurrected Thordak, which I now distinctly believe to be Vecna related, which is also potentially when it is very... Whoa. Did I copy and paste that in? Raishan doesn't know anything about the prior words, doesn't know what lies beneath the city. Confident about that, huh? I don't think I copy and pasted it. She said something about Thordak having deleted all of the places where she might go and find a cure. Or she might go to research it separate from him. Which is interesting. I'm thinking about what he was doing. I don't think we got any narration towards that, but it's if it's also the secret to his immortality, then he wouldn't tell her. Yeah, obviously. I have a wonderful vampire dragon figure. I'm sure Matt does too. Yeah. Are they really going to give her the cure even if it existed? Oh, no, certainly not. Certainly not. But I think that is why. I think that Raishan, I think the thing that she's not saying is that she has a theory that whatever is below Whitestone is related to Thordak's immortality and thus potentially her cure. And I also don't think that her cure is an actual cure, in the same way that I don't actually think Thordak's immortality is actual immortality. It's Herald from Stormlight Archives. It's Herald immortality, where they can very much die, but they get resurrected. They come back. They'll always come back. And so I think that is the cure, is that Raishan has to do something to gain the similar immortality of Thordak, and then she can just die from the disease, doesn't actually need a cure because she just gets resurrected afterwards. Yeah. Thordak was speaking of burning the disease out of her. He did. I have a feeling that is I'ma kill you. I think that is what that means, is we'll set you up with the resurrection immortality, and then I'm gonna burn you to a crisp. Don't worry, you'll come back. I mean, it's very possible. I don't know. This is interesting that Thordak knew of the cure, but it makes sense with Devosa, according to Devosa, having killed Thordak before. The fact that he can avoid death, has a mystery cure to this apparently incurable illness, speaks to his, let's say, resilience from Devosa's death blow. How does that relate to Vecna is a whole other question, though. neither of them, I don't know. The connectivity isn't quite there. It's a little bit more separate. Which maybe it's meant to be that way? I don't know. Yeah. I thought that since the ball nulls magic and she was magically cursed, Raishan could use the ball to ignore the curse. Well, that is a whole other question if you were cursed and you walked into the ball, would it essentially cast remove curse on you? I don't think it would. I think it would consume the curse in that moment. So theoretically, if she like built a house there, maybe she could live out her days, but then the curse would like, I guess, continue to progress. And if she ever stepped out of the border, she would just die instantly. It's also unclear as to the exact nature of the curse. Because it is a naturally resultant curse from that high druid. And the line between like primordial magic versus arcane magic versus godly magic, especially because it was a druid at a temple to a god. So, but it was also death magic because like Raishan said that she sacrificed the druid on the druid's own altar and that the druid used her last breaths to curse Raishan, I'm assuming with a curse that needed to be powered by a death. So is it arcane death magic? Is it natural Melora magic? Or is it godly, divine Melora magic? Is it more primordial, arcane, elemental? Unclear. So I don't know. Yeah, permanently enchanted items are suppressed in an anti-magic field, but come back when you leave. So I'd guess same as Mega here. Yeah, she did call it a spirit curse. Yeah, it's like tapping into her soul or some shit. Why did Raishan sacrifice the druid again? Because she's a dick. Yeah, it feels like some old magic bullshit. Yeah, it does. It feels like very much like old magic bullshit. But yeah, Raishan was just killing all the druids for funsies. Just eating her, yeah. Yeah, Raishan's just a we talk about the kick the dog that I needed from Ripley. Raishan is murdering whole pounds. She is eating puppies for breakfast. I do not need convincing that Raishan is a villain. What's up, Ara? How you doing? She just killed the tribe and killed the last one on the altar just because. Yeah. You can do a curse or like a heart spell at the moment of death. Yeah, true. I think it is soft magic time. Yeah. And I am sure that it will have equally soft magic solutions, which is totally fine. You just need to, the players need to be able to find those soft magic solutions. Or, yeah, totally fine. I'm not against having the occasional, especially if it's a ritual. I really like softer magic rituals. Like the dome around Whitestone is a bit of soft magic. But I think it's great. I think it's used very well within the plot, and it takes up Gilmore's whole concentration and is also simultaneously taking a physical toll on him. We don't know how much of a physical toll. It's not in terms of literal hit points or exhaustion levels, probably. But it is giving them a soft benefit, and it is exacting a soft cost, but the cost is very straightforward and very apparent. There's no like mathing your way out of it. How do we ensure that the dome, that we're being the most strategic about when to use the dome? That's not the point. That's not the point of soft magic. You know, it is a plot device. It removes Gilmore. It puts stress on Gilmore. Soft little timer there, but it also gives them that soft protection. Like I said, plot device. And I think that the Raishan spirit curse is very similar. Yeah. Just a girl boss. The druid using Raishan's cruelty to seize the power of an ad hoc ritual to fuck with her is nice irony. It's beautiful. It's exactly the sort of thing that soft magic should do. Like, I've used this example before, so yeah, plug your ears if you've been watching for a while. But it's like Gandalf versus the Balrog. It is not important that we know exactly how strong the Balrog is, exactly how strong Gandalf is. That's not the point. Gandalf using magic against the magical Balrog is a plot device. It is a narrative moment. It's an emotional moment. It is seeing, and this is I don't remember who quoted this to me before, but this is a paraphrasing of a quote of that moment is not about whether or not Gandalf has the power to defeat the Balrog. It is about him being a single point of light, standing in the wake of the adventuring party against overwhelming darkness. That's why it doesn't matter if the Balrog has wings or not, the classic Tolkien debate. Because ultimately, the morphology of the Balrog does not matter. It is a magical encapsulation of darkness incarnate. Its anatomical structure does not matter. And that's the same with the spirit curse. It is cool because it was put into place in this ironic twisting of Raishan's own cruel interests and pleasures and turning those around against her, by that druid in that druid's final moments. And those are the exact right moments to use that sort of soft magic. And this spirit curse, it is good that Matt is not naming a specific curse that actually exists. Keep it vague. Keep it to where there is one way to get rid of it, and it will get rid of it, but it's a secret that the villain has. Perfect. It is magic used as plot, not magic used as a tool. And it's absolutely the right point to use it that way. Who would win a fight? Whoever the writer decides is more narratively satisfying. Yeah, exactly. That is the point of soft magic. Yeah.
Plan against Lorgo.
We need a moment. I feel like the emotions in here are a bit raw. Can we please?
We will reconvene tomorrow for battle plan for travel.
Tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning
we
to arrange travel and the battle plan towards.
Shouldn't we keep an eye on this one all night?
No.
What? We haven't kept an eye on her the whole time.
I know, but she could be sneaking around, creeping into rooms and...
That she hasn't already creeped into.
I can guarantee you're not wrong, but I have been and I will regardless of what you try.
Yeah, no.
She could come into my room at night and do things to me that I don't want to be done.
You don't want
Let's
to be
be
done?
honest, there's not many
Nothing
things
you don't want to be done. Let's be fair.
You're giving her ideas right now, aren't you?
I'm not changing her status.
You don't want to scratch that one off the
She has
bucket
the same
Yeah.
rights as she had before. There's no sense in changing.
No. I've got to have sex with every beast on every continent.
Thank you, Captain Kirk.
I catch him.
I'm content with this.
Yeah.
Very well. I'll go check in with the boss, if you will, and alleviate any concern on his end.
Thank you.
We shall meet tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow. And thank
Can I
you.
get an inside check on that, check in with the boss?
Sure.
See if she's gonna, turn around and
Got a
tell him
feeling
everything.
there's only
It's a
one
natural
number
20.
you can roll.
Natural 20.
Come on, natural 20. It wasn't bad. It was a 15, so 26.
That's not a 20.
Oh, whispers.
While you're whispering, Sam's got another rap for you.
Okay.
Oh, do I?
My name's
like
Sam
to
Lowe.
When I walk here, I go to the loot. Great, somebody kill me now because of the embarrassment I'm experiencing live in front of the internet.
Hey-o.
Holy shit. I was alive for that.
I didn't have a sideways hat. I needed a sideways hat. Use mine.
Glasses didn't help either.
no.
Oh my god. I am not. What is this? Manure Movers of America. That's my hat.
The feather shirt really adds the whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Raishan looks very confused.
All right, let's go.
Very well. See you tomorrow. The image of the veins, the scales, everything reverts back to normal. Seeker assume nods and leaves the room.
Downstairs to the real room.
Yes,
to the real
yes.
room.
Right
Downstairs.
now.
Downstairs to the real room.
To the real war room.
Yes.
Yes.
Magically incapable of...
Yes.
Okay, but wait, before we go down there, two things. Keyleth, can you stride today?
Yes, I can.
So we could check in on Voragol.
Yeah.
Make sure that Voragol is actually there.
Don't
and
actually look at Voragol. Look at something near Voragol.
Just to make sure Voragol is in town and not here.
Two.
We could look into Raishan's room right now and watch how it communicates with its boss.
Absolutely do not think that's a good idea.
Why?
I don't think so either.
Because
She'll go. No, let's go down to the war room.
She'll go apeshit and what? So we'll kill her.
War room?
We're better than she is!
we're really not.
Obviously hiding shit from us, and if one of us goes and pokes our nose in there, she's going to start a drawer right there.
Are we in the war room? Can we go down and talk
We're
about
down
this
in the
war
war
room?
room.
All right, so you guys make your way.
I have already been
Walking
walking.
and
Whitestone through the tunnels to the location of the ziggurat. The war room is a series of tables and chairs that have been assembled on the top of the ziggurat, near the spinning beat of death, as you call it. But yeah, it's makeshift. It's functional. There is currently nobody else in here, even though there are a couple guards stationed to make sure that nobody comes in here without approval. But you are currently stepping up to the top of the ziggurat, and there it rests, still spinning silently in place.
Drop it on him.
I sit on the table.
No.
So what's going on?
No. Tell him your plan.
Oh, my plan. Okay.
Keyleth just screams her head off for a second.
Oh.
I know how
You
hard
did
that
well,
was.
dear.
I know how hard that was. I know. And I wish I could say I did as well as you did when it was my turn.
I don't think I understood until that moment what you did.
You'll have your day. Absolutely.
We can't spy on her. We have to be very... we can spy on her, but we have to be careful. We shouldn't spy on her when she's speaking to Thordak, because Thordak might see it, which would mean that plan or no plan, everything would be ruined.
If Thordak sees any one of us in the same place as her,
it's over.
He will go mad.
Terrible.
And then if I were her, I would destroy this city and all of us as quickly as possible and run.
Jeez.
I feel like she needs to talk to the spirit because she's going to try to absorb his power or something.
She's a fucking idiot. She's a fucking idiot. What do I know about Melora and this curse? Because there are a lot of druids who worship Melora.
I'll make a religion check.
That's not good. I never do religion checks. Lame.
You know that Melora is worshipped by druids of nature, hunters, societies that exist in a more natural setting, as well as ship captains, oversea merchants, in hopes of getting good luck and getting across large bodies of water and weather. She is considered by some to be good, some considered to be kind of in a neutral space, and more of like a Mother Nature type entity amongst the pantheon here, if there was one. And as far as curses go, I mean, you don't have too much experience with curses outside of like the minor ones that you've seen used or have yourself at your disposal. But even just from the few of you, Sam especially, Sam, go ahead and roll an intelligence check.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Small thing from Matt there. Keyleth is not saying anything out loud. So there is theoretically, like, Marisha started the action, which is, when you start making checks. She started the action. She says, do I know anything? Again, not talking out loud. But then through that conversation, or through that explanation, Matt then asks Sam, who has not narrated Scanlan doing fuck all to try and figure this out. And he says, hey, can you roll an intelligence check? Giving them more opportunities to find the actual knowledge. That more opportunities that were not initiated by them. And I like that, personally. I think that this sort of thing, number one, is from a just controlling the play perspective and like controlling the pacing perspective. This is how you avoid every single person saying that they want to make the same check, even when, they don't know what's going on, is you occasionally just ask for them to do it when it would help. And I think more than that, it helps abstract the time that they are certainly talking and debating, et cetera, because even in Critical Role, which is pretty real time, they do not do a lot of montages or downtime or anything like that, or big, long travel sequences, we get most of their real-time conversations. But even with that, there are days passing here over the course of, 3 or 4 hours. There are tons. Are you leaving? All right. Love you. Have fun. Bye. There is just tons and tons and tons of time that they are talking that we don't get to see. And more importantly, they don't get to see. Their characters know each other better than the players know the other players' characters. And so these little moments of someone is trying to figure something out or trying to remember something, and you bring in someone else, like in this case, Sam/Scanlan, who might have pertinent information on that thought process, I think that practice as a DM, separate from the way that I think it improves the flow of play, I also think that it helps address that lack of time that the players spend with the other PCs. That time that their character is spending. That sort of above the table conversation, I think, goes towards that a lot. So I like it. I like it broadly.
Don't have my thing. Hold on. Intelligence, straight intelligence.
Yes.
16.
16. You get to add your +2.
18.
And if you wanted to, add your
Bardic Inspiration.
And even Matt reminding him about Bardic Inspiration, like Matt wants them to get this. He's trying to help. He's not going to give it to them, Matt, I'm assuming Matt has a DC 20 set. And he's like, remember, you have your +2, and remember your Bardic Inspiration die. He's not going to give it to them if they get below a 20, but he's reminding them of things. Things that, theoretically, the other characters would probably remind each other of. Obviously, he's doing it in a mechanical sense, but the other characters would certainly be helping and brainstorming here.
Inspiration die.
I will inspire myself. Which is 12 now, right?
Yeah, D12 now.
Big money
Touch
anyways.
yourself.
26.
26, okay.
Wow, that escalated fast.
Yeah.
That's what you can do as a part. That's pretty rad. Through the two of you kind of conversing over this, there are...
See, Matt even saying, through the two of you conversing, neither of them said that they wanted to talk to each other. But they obviously do. They obviously do so much more than we see. And so Matt is capturing that in, I think, a really good way. And it's in a way that is helpful to the flow and the plot and the narrative.
There are simple curses that can be imparted for a temporary period of time, usually as some sort of a penance to someone who slighted you. Some that are part of a corruption on the land, a blight, if you will, that spreads to a life source. And there are soul curses, usually where someone feels so wronged in their final moments that they...
Okay, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, okay, we're getting it right now. Because in my notes earlier, I compared it to the Shade Merc. But I would assume that the Shade Merc would be some that are part of a corruption on the land, a blight that spreads to a life source, and there are soul curses. The possibility, they burn up their soul in any possibility of the afterlife to purely discourage whoever was responsible for their pain. It's accepting oblivion. Your existence is done. The gods don't hold any sway over your immortal soul. There is no afterlife. Interesting. Again, soft magic, but solid soft magic. Giving up your eternal afterlife? Big cost.
They basically burn their soul and any possibility at the afterlife purely to scourge whoever was responsible for their pain.
Yeah.
It's rarely ever done because it is essentially accepting oblivion. There is your existence is done. The gods don't hold any sway over your mortal soul. There is no afterlife. However, you die knowing, for whatever that means in that brief moment, that you have scarred the individual in some degree for possibly the rest of time.
Damn.
So,
Do we know anything about how it can be reversed or undone?
No, you have no idea. And you've heard of it in like stories.
Scale.
And as far as you know, it was mainly a folklore element. And you're like, okay, no, I've kind of heard of this.
Massage.
If there was anything, this might be it. But
I worry about her intentions with this thing. Help me remember, when Pike has spoken to dead things, they cannot lie.
That's true.
Yeah.
So she wants to talk to Thordak's spirit.
She wants to
presumably
heal.
cannot lie, right?
Yes.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Vax. I think he's right. I would have to, you know, ask the DM, and it might be table dependent. I don't remember how the Speak with Dead spell is worded. But that is a good explanation for why Raishan would want to specifically kill Thordak, as opposed to any other option. She can tell, possibly, that Thordak is lying to her. Maybe, because she said that Thordak just wouldn't tell her, but maybe he has told her, but he's lying. But maybe he's not even purposely lying. I don't know. They can choose not to answer. That's right. They can choose not to answer. It's also like, to an extent, we don't know what Raishan would use to talk to Thordak's spirit. It might be dependent on the spell as to whether or not they can lie, or whether or not they can choose not to answer. Who knows? Because I don't think that Raishan is like a cleric. But I think she is a wizard analogy. You know, she's not actually a wizard, but she's a dragon wizard. Yeah, who knows? Interesting. It's a good point on Vax Liam's part. Interesting.
Which could mean the cure to this disease. It could mean something to do with that.
It could. It also, and this is a third option, Thordak could have tasked her with bringing us to him in a way that he feels comfortable with. Yeah. And only then will he cure her. I believe he holds the cure as sway.
This whole thing
may be a plan.
Yeah.
Which means that we do have an ally for defeating the White Dragon.
And should use it.
And should use it.
Yes. But then right after...
Well, if the opportunity presents itself...
Or shake her.
If the opportunity presents itself to kill her there, in a way that is fitting, and where we have advantage, then yes. But if not,
from this city,
in Draconia.
We never mentioned Jamon Sa'ord when we got back, so Assume does not know about it.
Dude. I'm not going to keep beating this point home, but that's so funny. That's so funny that, like, Percival is like, oh yeah, if we see her there and we have advantage and blah, blah, blah. And then Vax just straight up says the quiet part out loud. He's like, yeah. We can kill her in Draconia, where all the people that we don't care about live. We can kill her in Draconia, not this city. Now, to be fair and to be generous, Draconia is also a quasi-ruin. There are far less civilians to wrap up in it. There is far less, not casualties, something damage, not causal damage. I can't remember the name, but collateral. There is less collateral to damage in Draconia. So you can see it as a, weighing things out and mitigating risk, but the way he phrased it, to me, is a little bit of a mask off about their priorities here. Yeah. Anyways.
That Raishan doesn't know about that.
She was scrying on us, which is highly possible.
Which is highly possible.
Do we have no way of having knowledge when someone scries on us? I mean, they can do it.
Sometimes we can notice, but often...
I would have to have a super high perception in order to maybe sense it.
It's generally, if someone were to scry on you and you were to succeed in your saving throw, they would fail to scry and you'd have some sort of inkling that something weird is going on. If you were a person who's capable of casting the spell, like you are, you would be like, okay, someone's trying to peer through the veil.
So can I...
So you would know. She would know if someone was trying to scry on us.
Unless they were...
Unless she
picked up on it.
She picked up on it.
And I've never...
You've had no recollection of that happening.
Is there a way I can start looking out for that?
You can be very, very...
conscious
of that possibility and keen on intercepting should anything like that occur.
The other thing that can happen is we can set different forms of attack when we finally go against Thordak, so that we have our mode of entry and the way that we are going to be moving that attack forward and make sure we have secondary lines of attack that she will not be knowledge. She will have no knowledge of that. We will keep separated from her.
Is there any way to move Whitestone, to reinforce Whitestone, to get something here to protect Whitestone?
A bit, but not a lot. There's just not enough time.
How many vestiges are left?
Two?
Two?
That we know.
Is that it? Speaking of vestige, this is part of the plan.
Yeah.
So,
The Spire of Conflux was born from Allura, so I'm wondering. Yeah.
What?
the Spire of Complex was... That's why we've heard of her. Yeah. Shit.
Oh, I've been thinking about that.
So we
stuff
need
for a
it.
while. I'm wondering if I can get the staff quick enough. It could be the key to really...
Where is the stuff?
It's resting in the belly of a terrible beast in the abyss, right?
Correct.
So,
Unless it's
gate
come-
scroll.
Yes?
And Voragol loves something to hunt.
What if we bring it through, let it fight Voragol,
Get the staff.
kill Voragol, get the staff?
Kill Raishan. I like this plan.
We don't...
I mean, not like anything can go wrong with it, but...
It's a good start. It's brazen. I like it.
Yes.
There's no easy way to do this.
We don't know what that thing is that has... What the beast is. I think
Apparently
we need
it's
to
a
know the...
Goristro. What's a Goristro?
I make a
Goristro.
history check.
We need to know the...
It's a barista?
Those are. There's no defeating a barista.
And she's really angry because it's fall time.
And it's just not
Pumpkin
cool to
spice
ask her.
lattes.
I mean, like you wait.
No, I would say this would be a religion check.
Not
Religion
history.
check?
It would be religion.
I got this.
On what a Goristro
History.
is?
Let me double check just to be sure.
I'd love to do
This is-
What if
history.
it's like a
knowledge-
teeny beast?
This is a knowledge of fiends, is what this is.
Well, apparently his name was Yank. Yank.
Yank. Y-E-N-K.
Yink.
Yank.
Oh, those Yanks.
One day, there'll be a creature whose name we don't make fun of.
No.
Not this day.
But not this day.
This day.
Not
Day we
here.
And every creature you make fun of is going to hurt that much more when it kills you.
We are the Peter Parker of this game. We just walk around mocking things till they're
Great.
angry.
It's great. It's so wonderful.
It's just there's like the seventh ring of hell where they're all hanging out going. And then they called me Pervon.
Yeah.
It's pronounced Pervin. It's so much better.
Named after my grandfather, man.
I'd say honestly, like I might give a religion check, or we might go straight.
You're not going to let me do a history check.
It's going to be
Yeah.
a hard
That's fucking
DC for anybody who
devious.
doesn't have any specific knowledge or training. Anything.
This is religion?
Centric.
And anything fiend centric?
A Goristro is a fiend. He lives in the abyss. Most things in the abyss are fiends.
I'm gonna just go for it.
You said religion?
So possibly religion if you have it trained.
Train?
Or profession. If you're proficient in religion, it might.
Pike.
You're proficient.
Pike.
You can go ask her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
She's here. That's right.
I'm gonna
Around.
have one of the guards send one of the guards to go bring her in.
Pike.
So she can-
You wait about an hour or so, and Pike is
more.
he jogs up. You hear the clicking of the armor as she ascends the steps. So you go out.
Hey guys!
Hi.
Hi, what do you need?
Barely heard you coming that time.
Oh, thank you.
Much better.
Bug.
Pike, have you ever heard of a Garistro named Yink?
No.
Name thank you.
Nothing? It's a fiend in the abyss. Anything about a Garistro?
Fiends are bad, but I
Fiends are terrible.
don't know anything about a Gristro.
Garistro. At least you know how to pronounce it.
Nothing. Can we?
Do we have a library to
yeah,
consult?
library books.
That you do have a
Oh,
library.
what would be wrong with summoning it? What if it's really bad?
I think it's a great idea, Piz.
Yeah.
It's the worst
Needs a
thing that happens. It's going to have to fight two dragons.
It's a cool idea, but I don't think we can. We need to know the beast that we are summoning.
Yink.
You have its name.
Yeah, we know what it is. Why don't we go and can we go to the library, like find a picture?
Well, Laura, maybe Laura knows.
Where is Allura? We haven't seen her in forever.
Wasn't she?
She's out.
She's a dragon.
We can't all be dragons.
They're all dragons.
I have something to confess. I farted.
Just now.
Yeah.
Does the little black orb just suck and
it
absorb
up?
that? And it's just gone.
One of those.
And suddenly the demon portal hell opens. Like, oh, that's all it took.
Of all the things!
What do you guys want to do?
I'm going to go research.
Yeah, can we go in the library and look in the books there?
Sure.
We can split up a bit too.
Okay. So who's going to the library? Okay, those two. What's everyone else doing?
I need to talk to you for a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
I stare blankly into space.
Okay. Roll for perception. No. I see everything. Roxanne, what are you guys doing?
Nothing for us to do.
What are you talking about? We're the masterminds of this portion of the adventure.
Right, you're right. What do you want to do?
Nothing.
Is there anybody
get
else
some meat
religious?
to
Is there somebody religious outsid of Pike in the city?
Yes, of course. There's
Maybe
two.
go
There's
ask
two.
somebody
There's
else.
two.
Oh, yeah,
There's
of course.
Yeah.
Cash went
Go
up
find Cash and
to.
ask him about...
Cash is gone.
Cash is in.
That's a
Cash
language.
right now.
But we do have priests. We have two priests.
You have Keeper Yenin.
Yeah, ask him about a giant fiend beast. I'm going to know all about it.
All right, Grog and I will go talk to Keeper Yenin about Yank.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could also always pray to the Raven Queen.
Oh, yeah, you do have a shrine after all.
Yeah, that's true.
So we'll go with your guys' conversation first.
Yeah.
Max and Teal.
Well, it was like surround
Come
sound.
on, that's a good idea. Let's go to the temple.
Okay, what could we?
You know, I have been thinking a lot about your longer life. You told me about. Once you're leading your people, you have come into your own. Yeah.
If I live past killing these dragons, yes.
Right, 1,000 years or so, yeah? Now, I've thought a lot about that. And I think we should make a point of seeing that it happens.
How do you mean?
Well, once you come out the other side of this, I want that for you.
What do you want? I have a born duty to my people that's hard to escape.
Well, if we're all alive in a month, we can work that out.
Yeah, so we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
In the meantime, I want you to have this. And I undo my cloak and shove it into her hands.
Which cloak?
I only have one. Made from the...
It's the Dysplasia cloak.
You know, I'm so used to you smashing across our enemies, shoulder to shoulder with Grog. I get complacent. You're so strong, I know that. So much more powerful than I am. Kind of lulled me into a false sense of security. But I can't have you gone. I need you here. So, you know, anything we can do to stack the deck in your favor. When you fell. Yesterday it shook me.
Seems to be a trend. Watching all of us fall.
Kiki, will you wear that?
You have to tune to a short rest, but you can do that, yeah.
And to the Ravens.
Okay, while you guys are doing that, Percy and Vex, could you guys go ahead and roll an investigation check, each of you? Percy -3, because you're still suffering resurrection issues.
Investigation?
Wow. Wow.
Oh, no, this has nothing to do with dragons.
It's okay. You're fine.
10.
Percy did.
I did.
Did you get a 20?
The golden snitch.
Does it still count as a 20?
Yeah, 20's a 20.
And this session is coming off of, like, 69 was so emotionally loaded. The Raishan reveal and Percy's resurrection were in the same goddamn episode. They definitely need a bit of, like, I don't want to say low stakes, but they need a bit of time where it's not like go, go, go to just, like, role play and, like, you know, maybe pursue a small goal of their own. Just like the rest of the day. Levity. Yeah, sure. Because for a second there, I was like, man. And I remember people saying, like, oh, midway through 70 is actually a good place to leave off, which is fair. I think that was fair. To an extent, I liked the cliffhanger more. But I think that's fair. That this definitely feels like we've been going, comma, chameleon. And now we're kind of slowing down. Now, I think we have like a week left on our Ravenite timer. So if I'm Matt, I might even offer, especially like if they're about to take a bathroom break, I might offer a week of downtime, like literal, like the game mechanic downtime, and be like, you know, you guys can research, you guys can prepare, and after that week will be the Ravenite timer will expire, and you'll have to like go and deal with Vorugal. You can do research, you can, you know, do whatever you want, because they do have a bit of time left, but it's not so little time that if they play it all out in real time, like 100% real time, it's going to be a while before we actually go and fight Vorugal. And I think that with how much has built up this session, I want to be fighting Vorugal next session. I want to at least be rolling initiative next session to keep that momentum. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't quite line up with how much time they have left. So we'll see how Matt handles that. He might just let it putter out. You know, it seems like that's something that Matt is willing to do. But I think that it'd be very reasonable for like the last half of this session to just be like broad downtime stuff. We'll see.
20.
20 is -3, whatever your, what's your total?
Investigation? 21 after that -3. Okay. But this is a natural 20.
10? Alrighty. Natural.
Natural 10. Natural 3.
Oh, great. You guys spent the better part of the next 2 hours or so pouring through the various libraries. You know them very well. You've read through a lot of these growing up anyway. And there aren't a lot of tomes or books that deal with anything terribly fiendish. You do find one that deals with tales of the betrayer gods. It's more like it's got an old history tome that deals with pre-divergence. It deals with the founding, which is the first era, Age of Arcanum, which is the second era. This is all pre-divergence, and it speaks of the betrayer gods and many of their creations and their followers that began to essentially lay waste to civilization and begin to enslave the creators of those that remain on the side of light. You do see mention in there of various fiends and demons and princes of evil, and it's all very kind of thick religious text in its speak, but there is one page that has artwork on it, sketched and simple, but it shows a strange, almost long, lithe vulture-like creature with wings and clawed hands and like a beak-like mouth called a vrak. You see another section that has looks like a woman, but the lower half of her body is serpentine like a snake, and she looks to be 6 arms carrying 6 different blades. It says Marlith. And behind them you see a looming creature of hulking fur and muscle, with fists like battering rams, turned up pug-like nose with a toothy jaw, the giant horns adorned with brass rings that curve forward. Under that it says, Koristro.
Did you find it?
I think this...
Well, that's intimidating. That is a bit intimidating. Interesting that he also gave them more. Interesting. The Betrayer Gods. Pre-Divergence. It deals with the Founding, which is the first era, the Age of Arcanum, which is the second. This is all pre-Divergence, because Divergence was after the Second War, which was about the Arcanists. The Betrayer Gods and many of their creations and their followers began to lay waste to civilization and began to enslave the creators of those that remained on the side of light. The creators of those that remained on the side of light. So other gods. The Betrayer Gods and many of their creations and their followers began to lay waste and began to enslave. So, okay, Betrayer Gods are enslaving other gods. You do see mention in there of various fiends and demons and princes of evil. It's all very thick. So part of the assumption here is that some, at least, of the Betrayer Gods eventually became known as fiends, demons, devils sort of situation. Very, very Lucifer, fallen angel, very, very divine comedy. Interesting. Okay. I don't think that means anything.
Well, that's intimidating.
That's enormous.
Yes. I think the dragon will be pleased.
I hope the dragon kills it.
I'm fine.
The only odd thing, and I don't know if Matt had this scripted out beforehand, I lean towards it being improv. The only thing that's really popping out to me is the Betrayer Gods and their creations and their followers began to lay waste to civilization and began to enslave the creators of those that remained on the side of the light. Which is implying that there are sentient creations, whether or not that is man or the other, sapient species. There are separate creations, which is almost what I think the way that I'm interpreting this, the way I'm going to decide to interpret this, because if I don't make a decision, I think it's almost too confusing. I'm going to assume that when they say creations, they are referring essentially to demigods. Because there are 3 levels here. There's betrayer gods, their creations, and their followers. Who the followers are following, the creations or the gods, is unclear. I think it's the gods? But either way, this is 3 different types of things. And then they began to enslave the creators, which implies other gods, because the comparison right here was betrayer gods and their creations began to enslave creators, assumingly of the creations. Not leaders, right? Because follower implies leader, creation implies creator. Those that remained on the side of light. So it is this feels very God, angels, man to me. It's very, yeah. Except that it's not actually theoretically God, angels, and man, and then some of the angels betray. It is many gods, each with their own kind of separate angels, and then man that may or may not follow. And they are enslaving other gods, it appears. Unless man does not have a common creation myth. That's the only other option, is that if different gods created different sapient species, which I guess is possible, but doesn't seem like what we're dealing with here. The betrayer gods wanted to start a new game and the others didn't. So the mortals consider them evil because they want to destroy everything, because they want to try again. Be careful, or because I am assuming that Calamity deals with a lot of this. So you have to keep in mind what is potentially from Calamity and what is potentially from here. Because to my understanding, the Divergence, the Second War, was fought over, they questioned the purpose of creation, embraced primordial chaos they once fought against. They taught the mortals magic corrupted and split the people from the gods. I'm not seeing divine do-over necessarily here. I guess that's an interpretation, but do just be careful. Half of them didn't like where it was going and wanted to start again. Yeah, I don't see a lot of start again here, so just be careful. That could be a valid understanding, though. I can't spoil anything. Fair enough, I guess. If you're only working with the information that I'm working with, then fair enough.
Ads
yeah.
incoming. Take cover.
Oh. All right, ads incoming. All the critical role lore is now ruined for you, Megan. No! Yeah, interesting. Because my assumption is that Vecna dates back to this time, as well as the Raven Queen. So learning about this time could tell us some things about the Raven Queen and Vecna, debatably. And possibly... yeah. Interesting.
By the way.
Well, that's helpful.
That's very helpful. Whoever survives.
We killed them. No problem. Anyway.
Oh, man, I don't want it to be playing when we go to a break. So, you know what? I'm going to go to the break a little bit early. what's up? Hello. What do we get back on a long break? We need things defined. We can't properly manage. The breaks are soft breaks. They're not. This is not Mistborn. I'm not. You're not timing out my breaks. They're soft magic, and they are magical.
we should probably show everybody.
We should show everybody what we we're working on.
What up, GR Cub? Hello.
Third grade and
The awkward pause dissipates, and you both bubble your way out of the library to find the others.
Both out the door at the same time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Stand up, please.
Rog Scanlan, you guys make your way over to.
we are the worst people for this mission.
We got this unlocked.
There's Kibrian in there with his small temple to Raphis, I believe, and there's nobody in there currently. It's basically just empty. And he's sweeping up with one of his assistants that's helping keep the place clean. And she's like, shh.
Tally ho, Keeper Yenin.
It's been some time. I'm glad to see that you're all safe and sound. Yes.
Yes, well, we come seeking knowledge that only you have. Maybe.
So I'm at your service. What can I do?
We needed some information about something that is beyond our scope. It's,
Wait. I don't know if he's cool, man. Maybe you should check him.
Check him?
Yeah.
All right. I'll check him.
I didn't. What?
Jenin, you keep your hands where I can see them.
This is very.
Just keep them where I can see them.
I go up and...
the room in front, like,
I'm going to slowly touch his arms, make sure he's real.
your hands meet cloth and somewhat wrinkled older gentleman's skin.
Ooh. I'll pat him down.
Make an investigation check.
19.
Find a small pouch, seems to contain a few.
Dude, obviously they're doing it as a joke, but this is what I'm talking about with the with the change in mentality that can occur in your players when so many shapeshifters are running around, man. Sending Grog to get info, what could go wrong? I can't see anything going wrong with this entire exchange. What if they just randomly find out right now that this guy's the mole? They assumed that there was a mole because Vorugal, flew by. And Raishan's response was essentially, they did that to the whole continent. Don't worry about it. They're doing everywhere. Which is an interesting explanation and does work if you don't squint at it at all. But I'm squinting a little bit. It seemed a little bit more purposeful and directed than that. And obviously she was literally a mole, like she was a hidden identity person. But I don't know. It does make you wonder if there's someone else in Whitestone. If potentially there's another person with a hidden identity that is maybe working independently from Raishan. It makes you wonder. I'm not convinced by any means, but it's not a terrible line of logic to go down as a PC. When did Whitestone pass the Patriot Act? Stop and frisk is an active policy in Whitestone. Exactly.
Coins, what appears to be a somewhat stale piece of half-eaten bread. What looks to be a couple of unlit candles. That's about it.
I sniff the bread. He's clean.
All right. As you were.
Most unusual.
Don't worry, can't be too careful.
There's dragons around.
Yeah.
Right. That's all right. And he picks the bread up off the ground and puts it back in his pocket.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
We're actually hoping you have some information on a fiendish beast named Lucas.
Nope.
Named Victor.
Yank.
Yank.
And he is what's the type of beast?
Goristro.
A Goristro.
Sir, I have come across texts that speak of a Goristro. I do not know of one named Yank specifically.
Well, it's very important that we know his name or her name accurately because, well, for many reasons. But we need to know its true name. Is there any text you can point us to?
Or tell us what you know of Goristros.
They were dangerous frontline behemoths when the fiends attacked these lands back in the pre-divergence era. They were 20+ feet tall and living battering rams that tore through stone like it was paper.
Nice.
Force is their weapon, not fire or any magic?
I don't know the specifics, but the texts I have read speak of it just being a stoppable fist in the service of the Dark Princess.
Right, now, we are totally up to date on how to fight these things, but we are also part of a group that's making sure you are at your best in case they come around here. If I were to ask you how to fight one of these things, what would you bring? Everything. An interesting answer. Might you be a little less vague from our simple friend here?
Do they have any resistances? Acid, poison, fire?
I have no idea, unfortunately. I'm not extremely well versed in English blades. I know a bit offhand from just my teachings, but that's a very specific trait of knowledge.
I expected more, really. I did. I mean...
Are we going to play Bad Grog, Good Gnome?
I don't know. I mean, I just don't even know if it's worth it at this point. I expected more.
Oh, you're going to guilt it out of him.
Yeah, I did.
I'm not withholding any information. I just genuinely...
I mean, you want to protect Whitestone, right? See its people to prosperity.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, then maybe you should learn more about hellish fiends.
Grog.
We've rebuilt half the city. I mean...
Grog, I don't think I can...
Okay,
I'm just emotional thinking of all the people in Whitestone who are going to die.
Look what you've done.
I just can't keep it together. Is there any information that you might know that can save your people?
I don't know.
He rushes off towards his room. You start hearing him turning over blankets and like things coming on the ground. He's currently just tearing through his room in the back of the temple. And it's like,
hold on, you gotta lick your fingers and then like what?
Yeah.
About 10 minutes go by before he comes out, just sweat pouring down his face, and he's like,
I have nothing. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We all have room to improve. I suppose we know now where yours lies. You have your orders. Don't make me tell Percy about this.
Intimidation.
Just a reminder. Just a reminder. Cassandra's in charge. Their relationship with the people is as the heroes of Whitestone. Oh my god. And they're making this guy like... They're ridiculous. I do love it. To be fair, it's hilarious. But it's so funny. They treat, and they did this in Amon too. They just have this unquenchable chaotic bone where like they get in a certain mood and they just cannot even pretend that there are consequences. At a certain point, they're just like, man, fuck it. we're gonna fucking, pat and squeeze this guy in a town of like a few thousand. I'm sure that there will be no consequence towards us, the heroes of Whitestone, doing this. And to their credit, there probably won't be. This definitely especially like this sequence, I think definitely lives in kind of an uncanny valley. But I like at least the possibility that there could be consequences, which does make it funnier to me.
You guys gonna go back to his room and flagellate him. We're shaking down our friend.
Yeah.
24.
We're shaking down our friend.
Sam
yes,
is
right,
the
of course, I will further my research and perhaps I could send someone to scour the rubble of the Cobalt Reserve and muster something. It may take a couple weeks. I'm so sorry.
Not a bad idea. You've done lovely work in here, by the way. The rebuilding effort looks great.
Thank you.
That is fair, Ross. It has been a stressful hour, which is like, and it's like, as long as they don't push it too far, I'm not gonna hold it against them as a DM. They definitely need to blow off some steam. And as long as they're not like strip searching the guy, like a pat down is one thing, you get pat down going into a club. If they're not being too bad. They need a de-stress. If this was after a very relaxing, normal session, like if this was like during like a rising action, not a falling action, I might have the priest talk back to them a little bit more and be like, what the hell are you doing? You're not the cops. But there's definitely a bit of levity needed at the table right now, and so we can play it a little bit looser with the guys' responses, It is also Grog and Scanlan, Should have dragged Yedid into Scanlan's mansion. Yeah, exactly. That's international waters, baby. And Scanlan's gonna make you feel the motion of the ocean.
I see that passion in the rest of your projects, that's all.
Is there anyone else who has knowledge that you can think of that we should speak to?
Arthur still lives in the city, unfortunately.
Well, thank you.
You're in the service of the greatest minds of our city now up in the castle. I'm just trying to put homes up for those who need them.
Shit.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service to Whitestone.
Well, so thank you for yours.
We've had a weird, rough week, so sorry if we...
Apparently now so have I.
Oh, God.
Terrible people.
Just curious, like, do you need any money for these homes or anything?
Cassandra's taken care of.
Right. Shit.
Sending up materials from the test fields.
You should know we've been taking surveys around the town, and we're like, ABC, people most important in the rebuilding of Whitestone, and like role models, and you're always like the first name, isn't that right, Scanlan?
I don't think we can talk our way out of this.
I'm just trying to make it feel better. It's you.
You're top 5 in Whitestone for sure.
I appreciate it. It's very, very kind.
You're good. You're doing good work.
All right. Keep seeking.
I have a lot of sweeping to do if you don't mind.
Sure,
We must be awesome. Oh,
We did a good thing in there, Grog. Yep.
The assistant is just over there wide-eyed watching this whole sequence. It's like young, maybe 17-year-old boys in a similar robe. Just, Sebastian, stop staring and help me clean. Yes, sir. And they both start sweeping the rest of the temple as you guys walk out.
It's going to kill you someday.
We clearly got the most info out of anybody.
I think we got all there was.
Okay.
High five.
Yeah.
All right, the two of you finally make your way to the recently constructed temple of the Raven Queen that Percy had built. What would you like to do?
I want to go in and have a moment and pray.
Okay.
So I will go in and kneel down where Percival showed me and stay quiet for a few minutes and then ask a couple questions. I haven't spoken in a while. I'm trying to grow stronger. Whatever it is you need. And maybe it is selfish, but I seek vengeance against my mother's killer. And once I have it, I will go to the ends of this world for you. To help me go stronger.
Which, has it been confirmed or just heavily implied that Thordak killed their mom? Or was it possibly Vorugal? I believe it was implied to be a member of the Chroma Conclave. I can't remember exactly which one. I think it was Thordak. Especially given that Raishan was in like a different part of the world. Same thing with Vorugal. I can't remember if it's straight out confirmed or if it is just implied up to this point. And I'm sure that a lot of y'all don't know either. But this is another good example of like not necessarily that Vox aren't heroes, but that their priorities in their heroic acts are oftentimes more tribally and selfishly motivated. Again, even if they end up doing a good thing. I think that Percy was very honest about that. Like, killing the Briarwoods was absolutely a public good, but he had a higher priority. Killing the Chroma Conclave and or Thordak is absolutely a public good. It's going to save the world, very literally. But you can hear how he phrases it of, I seek vengeance. It's an interesting, dichotomy is not the word. It's a very interesting examination of these fuck-ups who happen to care about the right people. And I think it can even be analyzed a little bit deeper that possibly the reason that Vax was so harsh to what's-his-face? The kid. What's his name? I don't remember. The kid that ended up working with Ripley. That him and Kynan, thank you. It could be I think there is a valid analysis that Vax was possibly more harsh against Kynan because he sees an alternate version of himself in Kynan, a version that trusted the wrong people. Because they are ultimately, like, Percy is protecting Whitestone. Keyleth is avenging the Ashari. Scanlan will probably sacrifice a whole town if it means keeping Kaylee alive. Like, it just so happens. And I mean, there's an argument to be made that good people attract other good people, and that, you know, them trusting the right people is a reflection of something good underneath in themselves. But that's just one argument. It could also be argued that it's random chance that they just so happened to trust people that put them on the side of good rather than the side of evil. It's definitely it's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting. She did say the name. Allura said Thordak decimated by Road. Okay, so it is Thordak. Okay, yeah. Doing the right thing for the wrong reasons is usually anti-hero, but anti-heroes are usually less good than VM. They're in a weird spot. Yeah, because I think it's because the reasoning that they have isn't necessarily wrong. And it isn't even necessarily selfish, but it is self-centered. Like, they want to do good separately. It's just a lower priority for them. Yeah. So they're in this very weird, like, I don't want to say uncategorizable. Everything can be categorized and abstracted if you try hard enough. But definitely not in the classical, like, hero, anti-hero archetypes. And it's even hard to, like, determine what is a flaw, because it's like, is Percy taking revenge flawed behavior? I mean, he killed the Briarwoods. I think they kind of undebatably deserved it. And they needed to be taken off the board. Percy's real flaw is wrath. It is anger. It is his temper. And it is, to an extent, a lack of control, at simply wanting to enact violence just to quell the flame within that he tries to hold back so often. That's the flaw. In a way, is revenge a flaw? I think in this case, not really. So it's definitely weird, because I wouldn't say that he's even necessarily doing it for the wrong reasons, but he is certainly doing it for self-centered reasons, which is an odd kind of line, you know. Public good versus selfish. I see his cast wanting to imbue human motivations into their characters being heroes. They're definitely imbuing personal motivations. Definitely very personal, yeah. It's about telling a heroic story with nuance. Yeah, I think that does get into a big debate when we talk about, like, heroic stories and what are heroes, and how a hero should or can even interact with flaws, and how we can separate their personal motivations. Because I think that is the thing that is striking me so much about Vox, is that they are like 8 out of 10 personally motivated and like 2 out of 10 interpersonally or like empathetically motivated, which is not the balance that I think you normally see with heroes, but nothing about it disqualifies them from heroics, from that heroic title. Clearly, plenty of people in chat still give them that title, and I don't begrudge them that. Now that I've had a lot of time to think about it and mull it over, they're definitely atypical heroes. Yeah. I'd say Vax was the least harsh to Kynan. Grog was really close to killing the boy even after the battle. I think it depends on what we mean. I think that the rest of Vox Machina was very cold about it. I think the rest of Vox absolutely would have murdered the shit out of Kynan. Vax was but also they weren't nearly as, I would argue, like, guilt trippy as Vax. Like, Vax was, like, big, like, I'm so disappointed in you. How could you do this? Blah, 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 blah. I think that, from what I remember, and I might not be remembering exacts correctly, but from what I remember, I think that, like, Scanlan and a few of the other members were like, we get what happened and why it happened. You're on the wrong side of the numbers, kid. But Vax seemed to take very personal offense to it, which is, I think, the kind of delineation that I'm drawing there. Because I remember us talking about it at the time and being like, why is Vax so upset? Like, it's so obvious that Kynan was lied to and manipulated, and Vax is like really going after him for it. And I think that it's because he has more of a personal connection to Kynan. And so that's number one, why he cares in the first place. I think Grog and Scanlan and all of them just didn't care. They did not give a shit whether or not Kynan was a good guy or a bad guy or whether or not he'd gotten lied to. He was on the wrong side. That's it. For them, you know? Yeah. By comparison, in his fight with Ripley, Percy forgave her. He forgave her, but kept shooting. Abandoning Wrath is not the same as letting the enemy live, I guess. Yeah. I think that's a good point, G. Herka. Yeah, I think that, like, Wrath is his flaw. But you're absolutely right. He's still going to keep shooting. Because killing Ripley at that point is debatably heroic. But it is very much like about why and how you're doing it. And I think that Percy's big conflict was at least, so far, I have only killed people that deserved it. But if I keep killing, if I keep losing control, I might kill someone who doesn't deserve it someday. Yeah, and I think that his arc was about regaining that control and letting go of that wrath and that vengeful spirit, even though the actual act of revenge in these cases was maybe justified. Percy's just Batman, but with redacted. It's the actual story of heroes rather than the flawless version you get in the tales. Sort of. I mean, I think that the best the best comparison to Percy is Heracles, because most like Greek heroic myths, it's a lot of hubris. But Heracles is very explicitly wrath. I mean, he kills a fucking tutor when he's like 10. Because the tutor like put him in the timeout corner. But also Heracles killed Medusa while she was sleeping. He did not care about doing the whole like grand battle. He was out there to do a fucking job. Very Percy. And so it's like I think that. But in that story, I can't actually remember what Heracles' motivations were. I can't actually remember what in his labors. I don't remember why he is laboring. But it's a lot of heroes, if they are self-centered, a lot of times that is related to their flaw. Like I'm thinking about like not Odysseus, earlier. Is it Agamemnon? I can't, a lot of the names are blurring together. But one of the older Greek heroes that was definitely hubris. He is very self-centered, and that is related to his flaw of hubris. But I don't actually think that Percy's flaw is hubris, but he is also somewhat self-centered. But all of their self-centering is in regards to priorities and ordering and like orders of operations, who they're willing to risk. It's definitely, regardless, it's definitely more nuanced. That is the easiest evaluation we can make about it. It is much more nuanced than a lot of a lot of stories. And I mean, in general, I think TTRPGs are just prime themselves to tell more nuanced stories broadly. I think that's one of the strengths of the medium. Because the options are so open-ended and because it's collaborative. I think that collaboration inherently brings in disparate perspectives and disparate interests into the writing process. Of course, you can get that with like a writer's room on a movie, but that combined with the improv nature, compared with like the collaborative overcoming of challenges, I think it all coalesces to form a more true to life and often more nuanced bit of storytelling compared to a lot of other mediums. Yeah. But in that way, it also does kind of muddy the water sometimes. So on one hand, you get a more nuanced product, but it can also be a much less clear product and a product that sometimes strays into accidental bad lessons. It's much less sort of controllable in terms of what its message ends up being. That was the harsh in the beginning. I think he felt guilty in the second meetup. That's fair. Yeah. Percy seemed to be right in the moments that he's moments away from falling into villainy. Absolutely, yeah. Most of the things we see him actually do are arguably justified, minus the hand, most notably, yeah. Achilles' wrath, to grease the direful spring of woe unnumbed. Is that the beginning of... Oh, I can't remember the books, but is that Achilles' wrath? I think that's like the first line of the book, you know? Percy also killed his tutor. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Yeah. He murdered his wife and family, but Hera messed with his head, so the labors were part of his punishment. Right. It was personal atonement. That's right. Percy is more harsh on himself, though. Also, when it said heroes, I mean much more so in history than in Greek. Oh, yeah, which is fair. Which is, yeah, like you mean like mortal men that we have elevated to heroic status. And I shouldn't just say men. Heroic men and women that we have elevated into heroic status and often in the process wiped away a lot of their nuance and bad shit. A la Gandhi, Columbus, shit like that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Revolutionized history. Yeah, that's fair. And I'm sure that, and I would love for Matt to really work that in. I would love for us to have a time skip in campaign 2 and for us to get like the legends of Vox Machina and for everyone to be super whitewashed. That'd be very true to life, very true to form. Yeah. That was the beginning of the Iliad. Yeah, it was. Okay, I thought so. Anyways, yeah.
Is there anything you can tell me about a fiend named Yank? We need to use it.
Roll religion check.
You can do it.
I will stick with that. I'll stick with that. 21.
The door still left ajar to the temple as Keyleth walked in earlier. A bit of a breeze kind of just swirls in for a second, carrying a few leaves, scatter around and come to rest. The candles flicker for a moment, and the light dims ever so slightly. Nothing beyond that from your perspective, Keyleth. You, Vax, you feel a familiar cold embrace. It's interesting. It's chilling and causes your skin to goosebump, but it's still comforting. And while you see nothing within your closed eyes, you can sense a pair of cold lips to your left ear that just whispers towards you. Knowledge of this is earned. You seek this with your allies. Some have already found secrets. I can only say that the path you walked to the Sphinx gave you what you need.
stay alive.
And you feel the lips fade from your ear.
Hmm? Which one? Okay, well that's got to go with the notes. That's got to go with the notes. Knowledge of this is earned. And what did he ask her? What exactly did he ask her is the question. Seek vengeance. Tell me you're stronger. Is there anything you can tell me about the fiend named Yank? We need to use it. Is there anything you can tell me about the fiend named Yank? Knowledge of this is earned. You seek this with your allies. Some of our found. The path you walked to the Sphinx gave you what you need. The path. Not the Sphinx gave you what you need. The path. I'm trying to remember if there was anything interesting on the way to Osisa. Because I remember something interesting on the way to Kamalja Ori. I remember the foremember. I remember about the foremembering. We're all remembering now. Betwixt the chaos, our order reigns. The ones who made us. The ones who made us. The creators. Refined the plains. Refined the plains. The ones who refined the plains were the divine gods. As ages die, their time and ember, the four endure, the four remember. Our order reigns. Insert someone in Wildmount here. I am going to draw a quick note for that. What's today? 018. 018. The Raven Queen indicated that the path to the Sphinx gave them what they need. This was in response to a question regarding the Garistro Yank, but was vague enough to potentially apply to their broad situation. Kamal said the Garistro name, Yank, that's all they need. She said the path. She did not say the Sphinx. The path you walked to the Sphinx gave you what you need. Kamal told them about the Spire of Conflux. But that feels different. And this was literally on the path, this quote. The gods and sphinxes have to speak in riddles. That's how they maintain the illusion of being smart. Honestly. And this is also standing out to me right now because of that debate I was having earlier regarding the creators versus the creatures. The betrayer gods and many of their creations and their followers began to lay waste to slave and began to enslave the creators of those that remained on the side of the light. Now, the light, and we also know that like the divine gods, divine quote unquote, are the ones that refined the elemental planes to chuck the primordials into, assumingly the same or similar gods that this is referring to, the creators of those that remained on the side of the light. Meaning that these are creations, our order, the order, are the creations of the light gods, the ones who made us refine the planes, because those are who refined the planes. The primordials distinctly did not refine the planes. They wanted all of the bleeding chaos between, and the divine gods are the ones that separated it all off. As ages die, their time and ember, the four endure, the four remember. I wonder, and I was assuming that in this case, the creations were not mortals. They were more demigod angelic status. Raven Queen. Mortal that later ascended. No, I don't need this. I don't need this. Locations or landmarks. One of the two. Marrowglade Lock, the Perpetual Oasis. No. Regions? Bramblewood, Cliff Keep, Frostweald, Marquette, Isilra, Silvercut. No. Okay, so it must be in my Vasselheim. Do I not have a Vasselheim? Oh, I do, right there. What am I talking about? The most notable city in Northasia. Wait, there's something that's tickling me right now. Allura mentioned Vasselheim at the start of every historic cycle. The Penance, Orc Tribes, Bandas, Heavy Orchard, the Abundance Terrace. No. Don't care. Dusk Meadow. The Amaranthine Oubliette is in Dusk Meadow Prison of the city. Fossil separates the Dusk Meadow and the Melora section of town. Might have also been a metaphor. Awkward. There's Melora again. Scourge of Undeath. After battle several hundred years ago. How long ago did Devosa say that they took down Thordak? Where's Thordak? Thordy. Not apparent allies, apparent enemies. Thordak. Lorded over Marquette, but was repulsed 400 years ago. Scourge of Undeath after a battle several hundred years ago. Now there is a seal protective barrier which seals in any undeath, but also prevents vegetation from growing. For sure, right, obviously. Raven's Crest. Oh, am I misremembering? I could swear. Maybe it's under Raven Queen's article. I could swear that a bunch of the libraries were in the Raven Queen's territory. Like a lot of the histories. You understand that Raven Queen is not a domain. It's not always been the ones who are the domain of winter, the domain of fate. The domain of winter. I guess I didn't actually think about that. The previous god of death, which is raised, ascended, and has taken away his souls. However, due to the lack of respect, temple is Raven's quest. Oh, it's tickling. I'm almost positive I'm remembering correctly. I'll need to go back. It's the prison. I feel maybe I put in the Ioun, goddess of knowledge. I remember something about the Raven Queen and like Ioun like tag teaming it for knowledge, and that like the libraries were in the shadow blah blah blah, the shadow area. The River District, that's on Corel, that's on Corel, that's on Corel. Oh no, I'm tickling it. It's I'll have to go back and rewatch it because I'm Dust Meadow. Because I even remember I'm almost positive I'm correct because I remember thinking about the vegetation shit, that they control the information. The Raven Queen segment of town controls the information, and that's why I thought it was possible that they potentially retconned their history about the whole undeath thing. I'll have to go back and look it up, but I'm almost positive I'm remembering correctly. Vassalheim is the old city, but I don't recall anything about libraries in the Raven Queen. There's the Cobalt Library in both Vass and Vastoon, but I don't remember the Cobalt Reserve. I thought it was just in Western. Man, oh man. Okay, actually, I can go back and look at this. We have some time. I can go back and look at this. Because I remember when it is. Yeah, it's in this episode, Dust Meadow. And it is when
Welcome to tonight's episode.
And it is when they are describing the exterior. And I've already seen this episode, so I can control F. Let's see. I'm just gonna look up Undeath, because I remember it being near there. Yep. This right here. Okay. Ha! Yes.
You've never been in?
You do know from your time here and what little you've heard that part of the purpose of this vicinity is not just to inter the dead within part of these catacombs, and the library here is kind of a loose partnership between the worshippers of her and those who follow Ioun. It is a center for knowledge and history kept within the city. But you'll see throughout the town and the landscape, the outer wall that surrounds this entire portion of Vasselheim, there are repetitive glyphs that line this entire area. And from what you've heard, at the very least, most of these glyphs, which you see across the corners of roadways, and many which that surround the actual entrance to the catacombs, it is a perpetual enchantment that is to seal any sort of possible undeath. There once was a terrible scourge of undeath in this part of the land.
Interesting. Okay. The library here is a loose blah blah blah. Temple is very lovely. And the temple to Ioun is the ziggurat. So Ioun is involved. Most of these glyphs. Okay, yeah. A center for knowledge and history. So it how did Osisa describe herself? As a servant of Ioun, I believe? What is our taggin? Oh, right. This is Garm. I forgot. Who's Vesh? Oh, Fesh is the big old meanie that is the guest player's deity. Also wife. Where is my Osisa article? Osisa. Also referred to as a ziggurat beneath. Okay, so I just noted that she lives there. To be fair, I wasn't taking notes back then. There's no way that I can find the Osisa episode. It would be the last of the Vasselheim episodes, right? Trial of the Take Part 4, I believe, is what it would be.
Good evening, everyone.
Let's see. O'Reilly. Auto Parts. If Osisa is described as a creation... Wait, what? No Osisa? Is this after? Oh, they're still split up here. Oh, Aramente.
Hello.
Okay. Any Osisas? Any Osisas in town? Osisa. Wait, what? Okay.
Rest.
Is this where the burning happens?
Vanessa seems to have not paid attention to your phrase and just shouts up into the darkness and goes, Osisa! Osisa, come! We have fresh blood for you! At which point a loud roar breaks through the darkness, shaking the interior of the chamber where dust and sand begins to settle from the ceiling, which had been waiting there for quite some time.
Was this in the fine print? I wonder if I'm sorry.
So nervous.
Behind the ziggurat and leaping up onto the platform before you guys, you see giant lion-like, griffin-like wings. This lion body is a female story wrapped around all of you. No pupils, just a glowing, straight sky blue color. Kind of growl, chuckle to it. A feminine smile comes to its lips as it kind of bends down and looks over the rest of you.
I have watched from afar. Hunters, I sensed your arrival and the spark of darkness you carried. I saw your fate bend towards ours and cross. At this intersection, I greet you and welcome you, proven ones, to our family.
And she kind of bows and closes her eyes ever so slightly.
We return the bow. I return the bow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it, Rob. Like, ooh, I feel like that's a
Fucking
safe
lion
thing.
with wings. Utter the hippogriff of
She kind of acknowledges everyone's existence, kind of giving you all this look of like,
Of this temple for
anything stupid.
I have been keeper of this temple for hundreds of years.
You know what? I should copy this all while I'm here. Also, she saw your fate bend towards ours and cross. Not much. I won't say. I'm not saying like, oh man, that's all the evidence right there. But the Raven Queen did talk about, you know, she's the goddess of fate and her and Ioun having a connection and Osisa being able to see that. There's something there. There's a little smidgen there. Keeper. I have been keeper of this temple for hundreds of years. Humor does not find its way into my chambers, yeah. Keeper of this temple for hundreds of years. I appreciate your candor. And at this moment, you will come to bear the mark and be known as our allies. Now we've built this into a tradition that you have now all come into. At this moment, you will come bear the mark and be known as allies. Simultaneously, you reach over and pull. I'm seeing if he describes the brand at all. Maybe as a glyph. Like a long burned healer brand. No details on the mark. That looks pretty cool. The design is nice. He gave them the design. Just didn't give us the design. Now, I have been here building this place in this guild for some time with the intent of helping rid the landscape of dangerous prey and helping those who have aligned with the good of the realm to bring their more powerful enchantments and uses to light. Sure. I might have to just look at Ioun. It is here through this heart glass. Wait, what? Like the heart stone embedded in Thordak's chest?
The same light blue light as her eyes. It is here through this heart glass that Ioun herself extends my vision to watch the world. From here, I can see where our quarry lies and lays rest.
We're skipping ads. Because we're very close to the end of the actual episode, and I feel like I'm close to the end of examining, so we're skipping ads. Glass sphere. She glances down at the glass sphere that's embedded in the altar. When contracts are brought to attention, I can see if they can or cannot be hunted. I can see where the worlds flow between. I can watch over my mate. This gift came at a price to me, but the good I can do, that we can do, is far more important than my sacrifice. What's the sacrifice? Is it a sacrifice reminiscent of the consequences that Thordak is currently experiencing? How far does your vision fall? The limits fall to where will would be bent against what wishes to be seen. Holy shit. In person, I can peer through many veils, but the further I tread, the more barriers of those who wish to not be followed can keep me at bay. I've only tried to pierce through the abyss once. The abyss? Like where Yank is? One of the chosen of Ioun. One of the chosen of Ioun. One of our greatest seers, keep this with you. Carry the brands on your shoulders with pride, for you are now considered chosen of Ioun and myself. Implying that she is a... Okay, there's this really small thing that's standing out to me here. There's a whole... I used to be very religious. And I don't know how it is in Christianity broadly, but in Catholicism specifically, there are, like, amongst like hardliners versus more modern, there's a little bit of a beef when people say bless you, because it should be God bless you, because humans cannot bless other humans. That is taking on the role of God. And we know... not from the four remember, but from our stuff today, that there is, in my opinion, there's 3 levels of deity-ness kind of going on here. There are the creators, the creations, and the followers. And I would assume that the creations, potentially, given that we know that Vecna isn't an actual god, but she still has followers, and probably this equivalent of chosen, so that would put Osisa on a similar level to potentially Vecna. which would put her in the four remember, because the four in the four remember are that middle layer. I think. Decided there's corruption, afterlife, the scourge. It's all after this. The betrayer gods, yeah. The betrayer gods and their creations and their followers. The orb goes back to dull clear. The creature disappears if you want to make an arcana check. Has the glass faded? You've heard of entities like this. This is a sphinx, specifically referred to as a gynosphinx. Highly... Oh, my God. You didn't check for the bits. A gynosphinx is a feminine sphinx entity that specializes in being able to peer past lies, to peer past magical veils. You can see how this altar... You can see how this altar, the sphere, is an extension of that power, though even it has its limits. Interesting. Little waning time, Vanessa. The blue flashy thing. Is that going to happen with us now, too? I do not know. Well, Matt Scanlon says, well, if she's been here for 200 years, unable to leave, she's going to be really happy with what I can offer. Are we now obligated? There's no requirement. You'll be bound outside of the contract. I am just going to search Ioun really quick on there. Ioun. Oh. You immediately get the thought this symbol represents Ioun, the goddess of knowledge, not one of the heavily worshipped. You haven't seen any bastion of worship of Ioun in the city yet. It's always been those main five. This is the first temple to Ioun you've seen since you've been here. It's definitely been under here for quite some time. And we know that the ziggurat in Whitestone is also a temple to Ioun. Center, raised platform. There's almost a table or altar of some kind that is circular in shape, partially embedded. Globe sphere that's 3 feet in diameter. I don't know. This seems pretty something. The Ioun herself extends my sight. Chosen of Ioun and myself. Interesting. Is Usisa a celestial or like an angel? Gynosphinx is technically a monstrosity. I believe Gynosphinxes are monstrosities, and that is actually also part of my thinking, is that typically... Now, this is, lawful, large monstrosity, lawful neutral. This is not a hard and fast rule, but typically, we learned this, we learned this back in the day. Monstrosities in D&D versus beasts versus aberrations. A lot of times, monstrosities are constructed. They are made. They do not, reproduce. So, I think there's something going on here. I think there's something afoot with all of this. Our order reigns. I mean, I certainly wouldn't say that the order is the Slayer's take, but perhaps the Slayer's take, goes way back. You know what I'm saying? It was once called something else. The ziggurat itself, or an ancient temple of... Oh, wait, what? Try to ascertain the nature of the ziggurat beneath the city. Oh, yeah. The ziggurat itself is built over what appears to be an ancient temple of Ioun. Oh, it was this episode? That's crazy. The glass substance, the diluted white stone that has been reformed into glass, uses a very strong arcane current. A lot of energy was being placed in this location. An arcane ley line and nexus point. Yeah. Interesting. And this is where we learn about siphons. This episode was chock full. Interesting. I think there's something going on here. The path you walked to the Sphinx gave you what you need. About the 4? What does that give us? That doesn't give us anything. I don't know. I'm gonna finish this really quick because we're very close to the end. So I'm gonna finish it really quick, and then if they say anything else, maybe there'll be something else.
Warmth comes back to your sides, and your eyes flicker open, knowing that her presence is no longer there.
Luck?
Sort of. She told me something, but I think I'm too stupid to understand.
I don't think that's true. Gods really enjoy being vague. What'd she say?
She said that the path to the Sphinx told us everything we want to know.
Oh, dude, Marisha is mega. I was about to say, it could also be referring to Rhymefang. That's the only other thing that I can think. It might not be the path to Kamal Ja'ori. It might be the path to Rhymefang. Or it might not be the path to Rhymefang. It might be the path to Osisa, which had Rhymefang on it. But I don't remember Rhymefang saying anything particularly crazy. I remember him being like pretty generic evil bad guy shit. I don't think we ever... I literally have it in my to-do of who hired them to go after Rhymefang. I don't think we actually know. I think it was always a secret who hired them to go after Rhymefang. That was a whole thing. Could it be that monster parts or dragon parts are part of the weakness of Thordak, potentially, of the Heartstones? Chromatic bits can potentially invoke a special weakness? And that the contract itself... I mean, actually, she said the path has given you what you need, right? Gave you what you need. And they kept quite a bit of those dragon parts, I believe. They gave over what was needed for the contract, but I think they kept some, if I remember right. By that logic, Hodis would also work as the path. He would. He also would. That's true. And we still don't know why Hodis was murdering people, other than shits and gigs. And I believe we do know who hired us on Hodis, but I don't remember who it was. Hodis is dead, but, you know. Resurrected. He impersonated Gilmore. Lure of Isorin. Huh. Yeah. I know that we found out who hired Vox for either Hodis or Rhymefang. I can't remember which. I think it was Hodis that we found it out for. Fuck. I'm going to actually have to go back and rewatch the Trial of the Take. Motherfucker. That's my least favorite part of Vox Machina. But I actually feel like I need to. This could either... I mean, okay. This could refer to Kamal giving them the vestige list, but that would seem odd since it wasn't on the path. Alternatively, it could have something to do with the For Remember, but I don't know how that gives them anything they need. Or it could be the path to Osisa, either Hodis or Rhymefang. I believe they kept some leftover parts from Rhymefang. We also found out one of the people that hired them, but not the other. I can't remember exactly. And when Hodis came back, he worked with the Clasp to assassinate Vox. The Clasp are also the ones that handled the egg of the other white dragon we know of, Skysunder. It could be that Rhyme and Hodis are meant to provide suspicion points towards the Clasp, who ultimately... Oh god, that's not how you spell ultimately. Ultimately hold the answer that RQ is pointing towards. Raishan did bring up that both her and according to her, the allies in Iman were working with the Clasp. Maybe there's some double crossing there? Maybe. Gynosphinx and gynecologist shared the Latin prefix gyno, and I looked it up, and it just means woman, female in Latin. Huh. I guess that makes sense. Can't remember anything that tied back to Yank specifically. I mean, she said that she tried... Osisa said that she tried to stare into the abyss, but that didn't work, which is where Yank is. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't think we found out who hired Hodis, because the whole Vengeful Rakshasa of it all, it was an anonymous contract, possibly. I have the names of the Rhymefang contract from the transcripts if you want. Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, as long if it's from the transcript, I'm definitely down. Okay. We also found out who hired them for Rhymefang, but the But the HOTUS hire was anonymous. Yeah. I'm actually leaning towards it being related to Osisa rather than Kamal. Even though I want this to be a thing, I just don't know how it gives them anything. Like, actually anything. Because all it would imply to me is that Osisa and Kamal, and potentially the two other in their order, would remember stuff. So maybe that's it. Maybe she's just like pointing them towards the next lore dump. And so it's like, how do we get Yank's true name? Well, you go to the next Sphinx. You go to the next one of the four. That seems unlikely to me. I don't know. I'm liking the HOTUS and or Sky Sunder angle. Ep 19, Alchemist Oswin Grood. Member of the Arcana Panasophical. Member of the Arcana Panasophical, huh? Rhyme Fang contract by Alchemist Oswin Grood. Does Grood ring a bell? Oz Grood, 1215. Whoa. Whoa, wait. She's on Ripley's bad list. She was on Animus. Or Osmond is probably a guy. Interesting. Upon further research, the person, Oz Grood, who hired them to kill Rhymefang, is also one of the names on Ripley's gun, Animus. Which, that could make sense with the Raven Queen's clue right here. Osgrood wants to kill dragons. We know Osgrood wants to kill a dragon. And or dragons. Now, that could be because he's working with or for or around or related to Raishan. And it could be that Ripley was contesting the people that were on the side of the Chroma Conclave. We don't really know where Ripley's loyalties lied other than with herself. Alternatively, she could have been trying to perpetuate the Chroma Conclave's rule and might have been specifically targeting people that either had knowledge on how to kill dragons or weaknesses of dragons. It could be that Osgrood, an alchemist, used the Rhymefang bones to synthesize some manner of dragon-specific poison. It could be that that's where Allura is right now, and Oswin Grood is being held captive, and she went to check on him, and so all of it is pointing back to Oswin? Who are the other people on Animus? Who are the other people on Animus? Oz. That's no, not ooze. Oz. Do you think it's related to the Osmet Sea hat? Richter, Wells, King Bertrand, Dwendal. You know what? Let's just look some up in our notes. Dwendal. Nope. Bertrand. Nope. Richter. Nope. Wells. Personal Wells inside the house. Nope. Okay. None of the other names are at least in our notes. Now, obviously, I didn't take a note about Osgrood, so it's incredibly possible that some of the others have been mentioned before now. Oh, God. But I'm not. I don't have any leads on where they would have been mentioned, and I don't want to just like comb through the transcripts. I had a lead. I was interested in the contract writer for Rhyme Fang, so I feel like that's fair. But I'm not just going to go scraping the transcripts for these other names. Interesting. That I never connected and noticed. It all leads back to Kama. Imagine if as soon as you press play, Matt unambiguously explains what he meant. It's possible. It's very, very possible that that's exactly what happens. But man, oh man, I feel like I uncovered something there. That's on Ripley's gun. God, I wish we could have interrogated Ripley. I absolutely 1,000,000,000,000,000% understand why they killed Ripley. But oh my God, do I want to know why the people are on her gun. They're obviously people that she wants to kill, but I don't know enough of her agenda to understand why she wants to kill them. One of them's a goddamn king. And without even having the slightest hint as to why she wanted to kill them or what her goals were, I can't draw any conclusions even making this connection. All right, let's do it.
Which Sphinx? We've seen two now.
She didn't say.
She didn't say.
She didn't say.
Damn it. Why do they have to be so cryptic?
Speak with
Because
Ted.
they can.
Speak with Ted.
Mate, that's on crooked.
I think I wear it as well as you. It's a little baggy.
Here's to 1,000 years of you.
That made me a little nauseous. Let's go.
Let's go.
Dude, do you think that at some point Matt is going to... Ooh. Okay, small mini prediction. Because this long lifespan thing, I don't want to say it's coming out of nowhere or like it's catching me off guard. But this long lifespan thing between Vax and Keyleth is interesting. And I do wonder if either Thordak or potentially after him Vecna will offer Vax immortality in the same way that Thordak currently possesses. He would obviously have to forsake his oath to the Raven Queen because she's all about that natural life. And she really doesn't fuck with like undead shit, immortal shit like that. But I wonder if that'll be on offer later from one of the villains. Specifically to hit at you could be with your love. Like to you will be as a star in the sky to Keyleth, always in her memory, but quickly fading out of memory. Quickly fading out of reach. She will think about you at first, such as you often think of a new star that you find particularly pretty. But eventually you find others. Eventually you move on. Yes, you will occupy a special place, her first love. But you could be her eternal love. There's something there. There's something there in terms of a temptation. That's the sort of thinking I'm doing. When I hear my players roleplay like this, and I'm feeling out tensions that they have either within themselves or between each other, I'm thinking about what can my villains offer them? What can my adversaries offer them? What situation can I put them in to specifically play on that? Because both cases are best case scenario. Either it's a legitimate debate for them, which is great, or it's not a debate for them, and they get to very clearly establish a personality trait. They get to very clearly stand up and say, this is who I am, DM, which I also love. So that's what I'm thinking about when I hear all of this stuff about Vax going over this long lifespan stuff. I might even offer it from Raven Queen. Maybe in a moment of desperation, she offers him some sort of like binding your soul to eternal servitude sort of bent of like, hey, you know, it is a perversion. You are essentially becoming the thing that we kind of swore to take down. You will bear that mark on your soul. I'll have to destroy you. But if you can avoid me, like maybe it's an offer from the Raven Queen. No, that doesn't sound right for a god. Gods aren't normally that willing to break their own principles in the same way that a mortal adversary might be. Gods are more unchanging than that. So never mind, actually. I don't think the Raven Queen would offer it, because it is a perversion, and I was about to say, well, maybe she offers it in a sort of friendly way, of like, I'll have to hunt you down, but I'll give it to you as this, like, you know, as like the one time. I'll give it to you as the one time, but I don't think that gods do one times. I don't really... Gods kind of definitionally don't break the very fundamentals of their being. Like, what they believe is who they are. It is the essence of their being. They don't bend that for a mortal. They don't bend it for the one time. Unless they're Aphrodite, I guess. But then, even in that case, she's not bending her morals. All she cares about is shit being cute. Can you tell that I've been watching a lot of Overly Sarcastic? Red just put out like a 3-hour thing about the all of her Greece videos, all of her Greece mythology videos. Anyways, man. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking through when I hear this sort of thing. Yeah. Counterpoint to this approach. As a DM, you're basically all-knowing, but how would your NPCs know how to tempt the players? That's a good point. That is a good point. You have to exclusively, you have to create a plausible reason, because you're absolutely right. If an NPC just offers that out of nowhere, then that doesn't work at all. And there's something to be in this sort of situation of gods that clearly have these crazy visions. You know, even Osisa, who is not a god explicitly, but is using the power of Ioun, said that she's been watching and following the party. Ripley was able to listen in on their shit. So I think depending on the level of omniscience of the villain, it doesn't necessarily change my goal or the things that I'm looking at, but it does change my options as a DM for how to do that. Because you're absolutely right. Silas and Delilah do not get to offer that. Like, even if Silas and Delilah were still around, and obviously Delilah has a secret to immortality with the vampire transformation and resurrecting Silas, I would not have had her offer that to Vax, because they have not been spying on Vox in the same way as someone like Ripley or Osisa or the Raven Queen. The Raven Queen talked about how she was watching Vax a lot of people peeping on Vax. I'll just say it. So they're allowed to offer that sort of thing because they have legitimate opportunity to learn about this dilemma that he's facing. Maybe that extends to Vecna. Depends on what we establish about like what's going on with her right now. Or is Vecna a he? I think Vecna's actually a he. I always think it's a her, but it's a he. What's going on with Vecna right now? Is Vecna just like in a cage where he can see the outside world? Is he split into a bunch of pieces that don't necessarily have sapience? Therefore, and if that was the case, he wouldn't be able to do it. You can also work in the level of like mind reading or even emotional, like empathic reading that the villain has. It's a very common thing for like people at demigod status to have at least limited like mind or emotional reading. So that's potentially an avenue towards explaining why they could offer that. But that is on you as the DM to figure out. And if you can't figure it out, you just don't use it. You don't use it if you can't figure out a way to anchor it within realism. It's not worth it at that point. But yeah. I'm and that's why I'm constantly collecting some things like this. I don't just hear one and then focus in on it and just say, how do I do that one? I'm constantly collecting them, constantly writing them down. For example, there was my players talked in Ghosts of Saltmarsh. They were debating how bad the smugglers were. And out of character, they came down on the side of it depends on what they're smuggling. Like, if they're just smuggling, to get around fucking tariffs, who cares? If they're human trafficking, very different story. And I did not directly, as another NPC that they were interrogating, I did not directly say to them, hey, by the way, here's an answer to the question that you asked while I couldn't hear. But I knew that was on their mind. So when there was a moment where the PCs asked kind of a leading question it was something along the lines of, how bad is the leader, the leader of the smugglers? They asked it to this other person that they're interrogating. They said, how bad is the leader guy? Now, he could have taken that personally, the NPC. Could have taken it personally. He could have taken it as about being the operation. He could have taken it a lot of different ways. It was a pretty open-ended question. And in my answer, I addressed the things that guy was willing to smuggle. And in the answer to the question, I specifically said, I think I would have to rewatch the local footage that I have. But I think I said something to the degree of, I guess it depends on what you mean by bad. He doesn't do anything crazy at the moment. He tries to scare people away from the operation. He doesn't smuggle or do anything that is particularly offensive to me. But that is not because he wouldn't. That is just because at the moment, doing those things is most profitable. And that was the direction that I went in with my answer, is not even necessarily answering the question. I did kind of answer the question about what are they smuggling, but I got at the heart of their question of what they are smuggling gives a moral indictment of the smugglers. That is what my PCs were actually concerned with, and that is the question that I actually addressed in the other NPC's answer. So yeah, I think that's but that's not always possible. I hear all the time my players say stuff that, I cannot even begin to address, at least at this moment, and so I just don't, But yeah, that's kind of my constant mindset is I'm listening to what they say and I'm thinking, can I work that in? Can I work it in a way to challenge them, to provide them with decisions, to, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah. Are we talking about Mega's theory where Gilmore is a kingpin? Gilmore is Osgrood. It's another shapeshifter. Oz has been Gilmore the whole time. Yeah. Can a god break a tenet of their deification? It depends on the cosmology. In almost all of my cosmologies, explicitly no. That is what makes gods different. That is what changes about you when you ascend, is the fact that you are no longer moldable. People can grow and change and decay, get worse, get better. One of the central differences between, in most of my cosmologies at least, between the gods and mortals is this aspect of change, both for better and worse. So in my opinion, I would say no. I would say a god cannot, literally, like metaphysically, cannot break a tenet of their deification, but that super depends on your own personal cosmology and how you're running all this. Yeah. Oz is actually one of Kiva's pseudonyms. If you reorder Osgrood, it spells out Kima. No. Oh, man. Anyways.
Okay.
You guys all go to
We're about 10 seconds
in Castle
away.
Icestone to discuss the next length of your plan. We're going to take a restroom break.
Oh.
See you guys back here in a few minutes. Thank you once again, Luke, for being awesome. Our sponsor. Thank you guys for sticking around. And yeah, see you guys in a minute.
Is it Thursday yet? Did you almost say is it Thursday yet?
I've never heard of this framework of humans being able to change and gods being unable to change. I wouldn't say that it's often laid out that explicitly, but I do think that if you look for it, you will see it in a lot of cosmologies, and explicitly won't see it in others. But for me, it's one of my central rules is gods by their nature. It's like asking the wind to change, like asking the wind not to blow, the sea, the tides not to move. Like it is just a part of them. They cannot be changed. It's fundamentally not on the table. Like I said, that's not like, I don't think inherent across every, but that is in all of mine, at least. What's up?
I wanted to share the line you said.
Oh, yeah, they did. My players pulled a mat on me and are, it's every table. They latch on to shit that the DM says. And Paige really locked into. I said that one of the NPCs, they'd taken an NPC wizard prisoner. And so as they were walking away, one of the players said, if I hear him casting a spell, I break his hands. And so at one point, as they're walking him out, I said, he's muttering to himself, but not in an arcane way. And Paige thought that was very, very funny. Lol. Yeah. Let's see. I do think they embody their nature, though. Like the god of curiosity can't change their domain. Their domain is their entity. Well, and it's like, it's something like the Gestalt gods, the Gestalt deities of like Theros, right? Theros, the gods are whatever mortals believe them to be. I would argue in Theros, the gods can't change themselves. They are beholden to changes in mortal opinion to change themselves. But they could, if they got it in themselves that they wanted to change, they could attempt to manipulate mortal opinion, which I think is a very interesting take on it. But I think there are certainly types that you're talking about, or that they're thinking. It's a pretty common thing. I think a god is because their worshippers think they are. I mean, this Ross one, this is definitely like the Thanos ones. Theros. And in Theros, the gods could theoretically, purposefully manipulate their own followers to change aspects of themselves if they wanted. Debatable if they would want to, you know. Dimension 20 ran with it in Fantasy High. Like the fish people Mega loves, I love the Kuatoa. It's the case in my cosmology. Gods aren't static, but they have aspects that are not just static, but are parts of reality itself, like laws of physics, essentially. Right, yeah. It is inherent to a divine authority that it is more consistent as a source of objective principles if it's unchanging. I'm sure I've read something somewhere, but it doesn't sound familiar to me. It could definitely depend on, like, you know, the media that you've intaken and, like, the framework that you grew up in. It's a very, it's a very, like Christian framework of, like, God doesn't change. Only the ways in which we understand God change. Yeah. I'm more familiar with the idea that gods change based on what their followers believe in. Which is, I think that can still be viewed through the lens of divine unchangeability. Because in that case, the gods can't change through their own free will, essentially. Which is where this conversation kind of started, is the Raven Queen choosing to ignore one of her own tenets. Which I would say she can't do. But again, you know, up to opinion. I read a story where the god of war gets stronger when humans go to war. Oh, yeah. Gods are changed by their followers, and gods are aspects of reality, and it's a continuum. Yeah. Terry Pratchett's novel Small Gods goes hard into the idea that followers shape the gods. Yeah, it's like gods, not good omens. American gods. American gods goes hard into that idea, yeah. What if it was the other way around? A god can change, but doing so would completely alter an aspect of reality? That could be, yeah. That could be part of it. It could be that the gods theoretically can change, but they have to hold themselves back because doing so would fundamentally alter reality, and maybe they all have kind of a pact that they like reality how it is. That could be very possible. And that could actually be a plot, like, climax revelation, is that there's possibly this, you know, existential threat, especially if you like the more, like, Lovecraftian old gods sort of shtick, where there's this existential threat to reality, and maybe the solution is the players ascending to the plane of the gods and convincing one of them to change themselves in order to alter reality and contest whatever existential threat is trying to pierce the veil. You could definitely go into some interesting places with that, yeah.
Have you talked about tulpas yet?
Tulpas? Yeah. What is a tulpa?
Kind of like Kuatoa, that they can't. A tulpa is like something that is created into being because people believe about it.
What is that, like, historical or is that like a fictional thing, like from a certain franchise? Supernatural.
Supernatural, but also they pull from so many things. Who knows?
Here, let's look it up. I've never heard the word, but it's possible. Tulpa. Tulpa is a thought form or materialized being that is created through intense concentration and spiritual practices. The term is used in Tibetan Buddhism, mysticism, and the paranormal. Modern practitioners who call themselves tulpamancers consider tulpas to be imaginary friends that are sentient and somewhat independent. They are generally thought to be a psychological concept rather than paranormal. Interesting. So it's to an extent, it's like tulpas divine tulpas. Because this seems more on like the lower level of like the paranormal. Or I guess not paranormal in this case. Yeah. Yeah. What about the God of Paradoxes? A version of Jesus because he's interpreted? Yeah. Vedarian is on a mission to God to make exceptions to their rules, and that is what a miracle is. Ooh. That, Okay, there's something interesting there because I can see that evaluation. I can see that thought process. And that might be how some modern religious practitioners consider miracles. That is not, I can only tell you from the Catholic perspective, growing up and being very religious back in the day. The Catholic Church uses miracles as evidentiary points for sainthood. So they are specifically not rule breaking. It is just that miracles are only possible by saints. And the Catholic Church simply recognizes that we don't know who all the saints are. And one of the ways that they declare a saint is, I believe they have to have 3 miracles ascribed to the saint specifically. So, in terms of changeability, the Catholic Church would very much not view it that way. They would view that the rules actually have to be mighty consistent. It is just that it is only a special class of people that are capable of performing that, and that is consistent within the worldview. But all of this is highlighting, this is kind of like when we were talking about the arcs and like what is open-ended versus what is linear. It depends on the level that you're looking at it, right? If a god seems changeable, if they are changeable based on their followers, but not based on their own free will, are they changeable, or would that not be considered changeable? I think it depends on the level. I would say if the god cannot actively choose to change themselves like a mortal can, I would argue that they're not changeable, even if they might change based on their followers changing opinions. But it's all of this is very cool to unravel and to go down the thought process of. If you're all powerful, then how can you have restrictions? Well, to be fair, in most polytheistic pantheons, cosmologies, anywhere where it's not monotheism, it's very rare for a god to be all powerful. Actually, it's very, very rare. Like even in the pantheon of Exandria, they have domains, right? They have certain things that they can do. They are explicitly not all powerful. But it depends. It depends. And this statement also gets into like the whole, can God create a boulder so big that he cannot lift it? All powerful versus all robust. There's a lot of thought process there. We do have old magic being thrown around. Yeah. You're basically describing small gods. You should read it. Yeah. I mean, I love not divine. What am I thinking of? Good Omens. I like Good Omens a lot. If you think about it, gods derive their divine authority from power. Because they are so powerful, we impart weight to their principles or laws. Many beings which aren't literal gods can assume that position through sheer power. In Adventure Time, there have been 3 gods of death. The first one was closer to the idea of peace. The second was the oblivion. The third was rest. Interesting. Your god can't sin, skill issue. Lol. My miracle suggestion sounds intriguing because it implies that the miraculous thing is not in the agency of the deity, rather being an expression of that entity. Oh. Instead of God acts and a miracle happens on earth, it's like God briefly looked the other way when the miracle happened. that, especially if in your cosmos the gods are closer or more closely related to the fabric of reality. If the god of Earth is also the god of physics, and like the small nuclear force, that sort of shit. If the god of the heavens is the god of vacuum, there's I think especially if you go that direction, the idea of the gods looking the other way and essentially just allowing their followers to break reality for a second because they're their special little guys, that is really fun. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's very cool. Eurythros dilemma territory. Yeah. I can't say the name apparently, but it's a lack of action instead of an action. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Anyways, I think that's it. I think that is it. The next time you see me, I will probably be in a slightly different setup. I'll have chat fixed. Everything will be better. But before then, I had a blast. The chat is broken. Yeah, the chat is broken. I had a great time watching. I think we are getting into some interesting territory. And I'm excited. I'm excited to get there. I will see you all on Sunday for the second half of episode 70, definitely, and mayhaps before that. I don't know. But I'll at least see you then. Goodbye.